her day. She's planning her day. And she's focusing on, like, you know, what boats are going through there, the whatever, the thing they're fighting about. I don't know. I got some nightmares just listening to that shit. Anyway, I got some really good poems today, so I'm down doing some poems today.
No, that's exciting.
That's all I got.
Who's the poet?
Cool. We're gonna go with this guy. Let me get his book.
Mayoral candidate John Kitover? They're quoting him now?
No, we're gonna go with one of my favorites. My favorite, if not the favorite, Young Pablo. Are you aware who Young Pablo is?
No. Kanye West album.
No. His actual name is Young Pablo.
Like Pablo Picasso?
Amazing writer. Amazing writer. He writes things The Way Forward. He wrote all these books. I almost have all of them. So
I'm gonna play Rush, guys. So Mixed, I think I moved Mixed.
You think you moved? You're not sure?
I moved, bro.
It's 10 minutes, no increments.
I know, man. Why don't you play with a fucking increment, bro?
What is he playing here? Oh my god.
We're playing chess.
Okay, I got Young Pablo. I gotta put the light on though, because I'm getting old.
Oh my god, we're fucking Monday today. Yo, that's crazy.
Hello?
I thought
you didn't realize today was Monday until just now?
Yeah.
They're still on COVID. Go ahead, Sian, it's your turn. They're still on COVID time. I can't.
Simon's just trying to stay topical to the room topic.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Exactly.
I like when they run the show here. I love it when they run the show. They give me a break.
You need a break. You work so hard, Megatron.
I took off today. Spirit. I took off work today because I didn't have enough Adderall to go to work.
Oh my god.
That's a weird thing to say.
So you mean to tell me that you didn't have enough meth to go to your job?
Oh, why is that? That is another way to say it. Why should I have not said that? I was gonna go to work, but I couldn't get high. Yes. Good to get high. Let's start over. Good to get high. Yeah. I mean, if you're a true junkie like myself, then maybe you guys would understand. Dude, don't live off the Adderall. That's not good stuff, man. Oh, don't take the meth. Just say no to drugs. Fuck, I didn't see this. When do you get off of it when you've been doing it your whole life? You could wean yourself off of it. There's a process you can go through. But get off that shit. Seriously, it's not good for you. Mix said, alright. So if it's been over 30 years of me doing it, what do you want? Yeah. So what the fuck do you want me to do? Slowly, under the guidance of a psychiatrist, remove it completely from your diet. I get it from a psychiatrist. Yeah, I understand that. And I'm saying, you have to tell him, I don't want this shit anymore because it's messing with who the fuck I am, and get off of it. I don't know who the fuck I am anymore. And then he'll tell you how to safely and slowly remove it from your diet, and you will stop being a weird, crazy person. All right, so how do I know who the weird, crazy person is when I've always had it in my diet? I'll tell you, the weird, crazy person... Maybe I'm not the weird, crazy person. Maybe the weird, crazy person... I think that's the truth. You're not a weird, crazy person. The weird, crazy person is the guy that convinces you to act normal by taking this drug he happens to make money on the back end. That's a crazy person. I go there willingly. Yeah, I know. You have to do it to keep getting the drug, but stop that shit. That's bad shit. You're a drug addict. You just said I can't go to work because I don't have enough meth. Dude. Yeah, well, maybe if you're a real drug addict, you would know. Seriously, quit that shit. It is bad shit. Maybe you would see. This is what happens when you come online and you try to share your life and you try to talk to people.
I'm telling you, I do not stand by those drugs. I fight them.
I mean, we're not really shitting on you.
I'm telling you to lay off the meth.
I'm telling you, yeah.
No, there are other things that I have to do today that I'm going to make excuses for to say that I just didn't take off for that.
Sure. I mean, when you're not on meth, there's a lot of things you can excuse yourself for not doing.
Yeah, so it always works that way. It's never going to be just because I'm not on meth.
Right, you'll get stuff done. You just have to learn how to do it without the meth.
I have been doing stuff when I'm weeding off of it for the longest.
But think about how many important conversations you've had with Muslims who can't speak English so good. That meth helped in the process.
Well, yeah. Focus.
Well, I'm really not that. I guess I'm really not that smart.
Yeah, I mean, anyone's pretty smart with meth.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Now I'm never getting off of it.
Only you have to suffer through that.
Barth.
God created you as a natural being, and you do not need drugs to augment your mind.
Well, they can help. You know, Barth, have you thought about just smoking a little bit of weed and going to the gym and getting high that way?
I'm already on the shot.
Of the GLP?
Yeah, I lost 40 pounds.
Ah, amazing.
I lost 40 pounds. I lost 40. Well, it's my insurance pays for it. If you can't tell, I have pretty good insurance. I could be on the shot and on the shit and on the other shit all at the same time.
Have you ever just tried eating only meat?
No.
Come on, Jordan Peterson. If you're just gonna eat meat and not have a salad, what kind of fucking loser are you?
Salad is for losers. It's like really gay. But no, you probably wouldn't throw up. And you'd probably lose that weight in like double the amount of time. It's actually really good for you. Really healthy.
So wait, McZed, when you did your undergrad and you studied a book all day long, did you take meth as well when you were reading a book all day to get your undergrad?
They're not full of shit if they say they didn't do it. They're liars if they say they didn't do it.
No, I stopped at some point around then. I just don't remember when exactly. I'm pretty sure I took it when I was like studying for the LSATs.
How hard is it to actually pass the bar?
The bar? The bar's a little tricky. But that's not what you have to take the LSAT to get into law school.
There's some savants out there that go and they look at this test and they've studied a few times and they fucking pass it the first time.
You can do that with the LSAT because the LSAT is pure logic. But if you know how to read English and you can reason, then you can take the LSAT. But the bar, you actually have to know what the law is. You have to study it.
I took
I'm actually.
Oh, somebody kicked me. Objectivism.
What they're saying, but some of these folks make some valid points, right? So I was already concerned when, was it Iran, they said the military bombed, or was it the military bombed the girls' school. I don't know how much of this is real, folks, or how much is this is war / political propaganda. So anybody smarter than me can correct me on the facts. But first I was like, what? We bombed a school of girls? How is it a threat to the United States, the greatest nation on the planet? What the fuck's going on? And now it just, what's that, Nathan? Hold on.
I'm a response.
Okay, so now it seems to be getting worse and worse. Now, these conservative voices are highlighting all the ways in which Trump is a puppet. Trump is being used by Netanyahu. That Netanyahu is actually leading the country. Now, I know this is not a new talking point. I know for as long as folks have been engaging, and Americans have been engaging in political talk, Israel, the Mossad, Netanyahu's influence on our government, the money we send to Israel has always been a center of those conversations, oftentimes, right? But I don't know, guys. I'm like, what the heck? What is going on? Is this true? Trump is a puppet for Bibi. They say Bibi controls. He comes into the White House and just throws his dick around and nobody can say anything. He slammed Spain, then Trump immediately slammed Spain. Guys, my political savvy people, I'm going to yield the mic to you. I need you to tell me what's going on. Is our president a weak puppet? Candace said his legacy is going to end with him being tied to fucking children, a puppet for Israel. She said he will die a slave to Israel. These are her words. And I'm like, damn. For a man who's really about his ego and his image, that's gotta hit hard, right? Okay, I'll land.
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? Here's the thing. People, you have to look exactly what you're saying, right? Trump is what? He cannot run for a third term, right? So the train that people have been riding on Trump is ending in 3 years. It's going to end. He's not going to be the president anymore, cannot be the president again. They're called jumping ship because the ship is ending. It's reaching its destination point. And these people are, they're trying to find the next wave. They're trying to create their own wave of momentum to make sure they stay relevant. But the situation is this. Israel have influence, but we dominate Israel. Israel is like our Ukraine, to be honest with you. We control Israel. When Donald Trump became president, I was watching this thing very closely, the situation with Gaza. When Biden and Kamala, keep in mind, Kamala's married to a Jewish person, small hand. Just keep that in mind too, right? Literally. And those bombs that were supplied by Biden and Kamala, since they both signed off for it and sent them up over there, they was doing carpet bombing all over Gaza underneath Biden and Kamala, right? And what's happening right now in Gaza? Has it stopped? Has it stopped? Last time I checked, I think it stopped when Trump came up in there. He kind of ended that shit real quick. And I don't see Israel bombing the living daylights out of Gaza anymore. And so who's controlling who? That wasn't the intentions of Netanyahu. He wanted to keep that shit going. And what changed? Now, that's that. Now, going to Iran, people will have to tell you this. The person in that seat on that battleship, let's just say his name is Roger, right? He saw a building and he pulled the trigger, knowing that it was a girls' school. He pressed that button, right? If he knew that, then his ass should be in the jail because that's how this thing works. And see, I've been to military bases a lot. I mean, over 15 times. And when I see the schools on the military base, they're not connected to a barrack or military type of building on our military bases. And this school used to be a military base or a command center. And they built the school right next. I'm talking about elbow to elbow, a couple of feet, or connected to it. Like, why would you do that as a grown man? Like, why would you put a school directly or connected to your military operation? Now, imagine, slow it down a little bit. You got people in the military that goes into that command center each and every day. They see these little girls go into the school each and every day. Every single man, it didn't cross their mind and be like, oh no, wait a second. Why is this school connected to us? Shouldn't it be a little further away? Can we move this school away from us just in case something like this might happen, right? No, they didn't. So, it was a tragic mistake. Whoever dropped the ball on it and the intel was old, they need to be, I don't think that person should be in jail, but demoted, whatever needs to happen to that person. We're talking about over 1,000. Yeah, we're talking about 1,000 or 1,900 to 1,800 strikes. Now, if it was their intentions to blow up little 2,000, almost 2,000 strikes, so only one. Like, what about all the other targets of schoolgirls that was not targeted? So, and then we look at Gaza situation, what Israel was doing, right? They were just dropping bombs every damn where. So, and I was highly critical of them. So it's hilarious how people use these type of things to attack. And I'm just telling the reality. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. Both of them fucking crazy. But I'm just saying the reality is that. So I think that Trump historically is going to go down in history. That was the best military operation I ever seen in my life with Venezuela. The Venezuela president is in New York City right now. You can fly to New York and see his ass locked up in jail. This shit is crazy, bro. In Venezuela, they're actually prospering right now. People are going to work. The oil facilities are increasing. They're hiring more people. It's becoming free now. I have one of my close friends is from Venezuela, and his parents had a run from there.
Wrap it up.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I'll
So hold on before anybody goes. So I wrote in the comments. So baseball said, name a president after my submission. Baseball posted in the chat, name a president who didn't bow to Israel. I'll wait. And I posted, you're right. He's 100% right. I guess I've been wondering lately why, especially with the heat that Trump is getting, why does our government, our presidents historically bow down to Israel? And I invited Baseball to come up and share, so he is welcome to take the mic next. He said, I know why now. So I invited him to come up to share and answer that if he likes, or anybody else can answer that. Why historically do our presidents bend the knee to Israel?
I'll give it a try now. And good morning to everybody in tonight. Historically, from what I've seen, and I think it's factual, 24% of Congress they follow the Bible. So I wouldn't say they're fully evangelicals because there's some Catholics in there, and I'm a Catholic, I'm conservative, but they follow the Bible that Israel is the land of the Jewish people, etc., and there's strong ties there. So they do feel that Israel has a right to exist, and they back that from a biblical perspective. So, and I think most people feel that Israel has rights, but a lot of people are confused about the politics and the religion of Israel. Most of us don't know much about it deeply. But I would say that's the real reason behind it. I don't think there's any major agenda politically around it. Maybe there is, but it's really tied to the Bible from what I understand. And the Vatican II papers from whenever that was, 50 years ago, they sort of said that the Jewish people weren't fully protected by the Bible. They sort of disassociated that fact or that perspective. And I'm certainly not a Catholic scholar or what have you. So it's a confusing issue because just from a human standpoint, of course, I think most people believe that state has a right to exist, but that's really the heart of it. And you look at people like Huckabee and what have you in his interview with Carlson, they come out and say it. They state the fact that that's why there's such a heartfelt belief behind that. So that's where the root of it is. I don't know if it's good, bad, or ugly. I think that's just the reality of it, and that's why the government's followed in backing Israel so strong, not to mention, of course, that it was created in 48 or what have you, and, you know, they sort of got to stick to it. So that's my basics behind what I understand.
No, Baseball, thank you for that. Listen, I had never, guys, I admit, listen, sometimes I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I never considered the biblical aspect as the source to why. Thank you for that, Baseball. Nathan, I think I saw you come off mic or whoever.
Sure.
Wait, hold on, Baseball. I think he was going to say something. Hold on, go ahead, baby.
No, I was just saying cheers. That's just my basic understanding, so I appreciate the opportunity to chat.
No, thank you for coming up. Hold on, Nathan, before you go. I think Sue was trying to go. Go ahead, miss. Go ahead.
No, I did want to give other people a chance to get in there as well. That's all. That's all.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, we got shit.
If I may.
Oh, and then if anybody else wants to go after and then if not, we'll let Nathan add again.
Yeah, first of all, good morning. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. Here's my 2 cents, man. So, I have about 23 years of military experience. I retired, served in 5 different deployments. I've actually been to Israel and spent a whole lot of time in the Middle East, all the way back to the Operation Desert Storm. And so here's my 2 cents of why America is so strong about supporting Israel. And I try to put them as best as I can in prioritization, right? So the number one priority is the strategic alliance that we have with Israel. Israel plays their role in the Middle East is like the foremost reason the U.S. support regarding security and geopolitics. The second thing I said, the military and economic aid. The United States substantially over the years has assisted Israel in the billions of dollars. So we have real economic, solid investment and financial investment in Israel. So just like any investment, you want to take care of that investment and you want to make sure it gives you a profit. And that profit, as far as America is concerned, goes back to the strategic placement of Israel. It places them in a position where they're able to get intel because the Israeli CIA, if you want to call it that, is one of the best in the world. So we can literally put our thumb and finger in every major opposition force, terrorist organization, countries, factions, all through Israel's intelligence operations. And then if you go all the way back to what the brother was saying previously about the historic ties, we've been had a relationship with Israel all the way back to the early 40s, right? And I think the last priority he mentioned is the cultural and religious connection, right? The cultural religious like affinity that America has to Israel, and also its influence on the public opinion, right? Because there are a lot of people that believe that quote unquote Israel, the Israelis, or better yet, the Jewish people or the chosen people, and that's not my personal opinion. I'm just saying general consensus of people that believe that. And so I'll land with this. The last thing I say is that the shared interest and lobbying efforts that the United States and Israel share, they effectively advocate for each other. Like, it's a democratic country. So if you have a strategic place in the middle of the Middle East with a hell of a CIA and billions of dollars invested, and now you're trying to safeguard the democratic values of Israel in that region, of course the United States, every president is going to have a major interest in making sure that the lines between America's interest and Israel's interest stay on point. And I'm going to land with that.
Thank you, Unc. Nathan? Oh, here comes Edmund.
I've been saying it. I've been saying it for a very long time. And pretty much my grandfather, since he was served in World War II, he was there, not there, but alive when it happened in the creation of Israel, because I asked him that when I was a kid. And in my understanding, like it's a military base. That's what it is. It's a military outpost, and it's like a wedge between these other countries. My understanding of it. And if you do pluck out Israel, these at that time period, we just got out of a massive war. Somebody like an ideologue like Hitler, right? He did a lot of crazy stuff. And it's like North Korea and South Korea. Right now, it's split. So the power structure is split in half. But if North Korea and South Korea was to unite, there would be a very powerful country. Same thing with the Middle East. if we take out Israel, we don't want them to unite. Just imagine if Iran, Saudi Arabia, and all these type of Arabic countries united underneath one umbrella as one country. You know, that is a big power right there, man. They would have extremely powerful. So I don't know. I'm just thinking like it's a military strategy to put a big wall and to make sure they're divided and fight each other and have some type of, you know, disarrangement. That's what's going to happen. Like, as soon as something pop off, we can put all our military stuff over there because of Israel. We can put all these submarines over there because of Israel. And it's like a military launch pad of our operations, and it divides those people up over there. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but that's my opinion about
it. It's not just Israel. Jordan is a great ally of ours, King Abdullah. He's a good leader. He's pragmatic. He loves his people. He loves justice. He loves peace. And there are just bad actors in the Middle East, and some people think it's the Israelis, and they blame everything on the J words. But the problem with that is every single argument has a counter argument. And so there are just very polarized political people on this app. There are a lot of propaganda spreaders. You've probably heard even Iranian agents or Iranian, supporters come on here, like in the way that they would have Vietnamese women say, "Don't kill us, don't fight us. Your government is," it's just counter propaganda. But if you've ever been to Israel, it's a very diverse country. You're in Tel Aviv. If you jog 10 minutes to the south, oh my God, there's a mosque and there's Muslims everywhere. So don't believe a lot of the propaganda. Israel has like a 20% non-Jewish population of Christian and Muslim Arabs who are fully integrated, highly educated, and prosperous. And they're a democracy. They're not a fascist regime. They're open to intellectual debate, freedom of speech. They have a Congress, the Knesset, but all the world's religions concentrate there, basically. I mean, the three major, but not Buddhism, Hinduism, or Taoism, and that's like 1 billion people. In my opinion, as an American, I am up for suspending all international aid completely. We spend $60 billion plus just at the State Department, another $100 billion at the CIA. This is taxpayer dollars that can be invested in your community. And that means a gymnasium. That means another library. That means maybe free college. That means maybe reparations. If you're a Black African American and you would rather have your money go to Jordan, Egypt, Israel, or to the military industrial complex, well, that's because you keep voting for charlatan politicians who are easily bribed. AIPAC and the defense and the big pharmaceutical industrials, they bribe every politician to just keep giving them your money. I am complete.
You know what's interesting about this? So thank you, Kitover, for the share, because here's the thing. I was not aware, as you stated, that there are Muslims living. It's just not something that I would even consider, right? So I'm surprised, but not so surprised, that there's a thriving, as you noted, Muslim culture community in Israel.
18%.
But you know what I immediately thought of? And you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I've never heard of radical Muslim incidents coming out of Israel. I've never heard of Muslims bombing anywhere in Israel, gang rapes of Muslim gangs in Israel, like we hear about in the UK, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, no, they got the terrorism. In that 20% population, there's a lot of terrorist activity. And don't believe the hype. There's a lot of terrorism in that Arab-Israeli community.
Well, let's not believe the hype either, because there would never be a Muslim president of Israel. I talked to people from Israel. They would be dead before that's allowed to happen. Granted, most of what you're saying is true.
Look at New York. They got Mamdani. Close enough.
There's not going to be a Muslim president of Israel.
Yeah, but don't.
Not in your lifetime. Maybe in the next grandchildren's lifetime it won't be. And just Google what I said, man. Don't believe the hype, bro. I understand what you're saying completely. They are Muslims. A lot of them are walking around different ethnic groups in Israel as we speak, right? But don't trust me. Just go talk to somebody who live in Israel and just ask them that question, right? Because I know you haven't. Say, hey, will there ever be a Muslim president of Israel? And I promise you, they will say, hell no.
You know, Nathan, let me just say this. A good description of what Israel looks like, really, if you just take a fingerprint of the United States, it may not be as diverse as the United States because we're so much larger, but Israel has a very, very diverse population. There are Muslims, there are a lot of Africans that live in Israel, and there are Africans of Muslim descent, there's Africans of Christian descent, there's Africans of other ethnicities. There are, like you said, Muslims, and those Muslims come from different places. They come from the Sunni side, they come from the Shiite side, and they've kind of put down their version or their original version that they were brought up in the Muslim religion and exchanged it out for something that was more to their liking. Of course, the general population of Israel are Israelis, right? But a good description of what Israel looks like, in my experience when I was there, is that, because I went to Wailing Wall, it is a very, very, very diverse population. And even amongst the Jews, there's Orthodox Jews, there's all different sects of Jewish, the way that they operate as far as their religion and theology is concerned. So looking at that particular thing, I say that all that I've just said to say that the United States has a democracy-style interest in Israel because it is the closest that America is going to get, or better yet, it's the closest that Israel is going to get to being an American society, a Western society, right? And let me tell you something too. There's racism in Israel, just like in America. Like there are Israelis that don't want Africans there, just like in Palestine. They got Africans in Palestine that are literally treated as less than, like, it's almost like indentured servants in some cases, and even that much more as the slaves. So believe me, and you have to do your research on Israel. It is an extremely diverse population there. Yes, there are more Israelis than any other population, but the footprint that you see and the fingerprint, the DNA, is centered in the American Western civilization. And I'll have that.
But it's also the diaspora population. It's the Canadian Jews. It's even the Mexican Jews. There are Jews in everywhere from the diaspora, and they're all really in many ways tied to Israel. They either are interested politically or they have real ties, physical, material ties. So there's a lot of billionaire Jews living around the world that are more than happy to fund operations to help support the mother country. That's a nice benefit and advantage to have over your partners. The one thing that a lot of people complain about is if you're a Jew living in the diaspora, well, guess what? You can go get citizenship in Israel. But if you're a Palestinian living in diaspora, you can't get citizenship in Palestine. And so, is it fair? Hello?
I don't think that people, when you talk to Jewish people, right, they can't trace their lineage back to the biblical points of Israel. They don't like the deeds and things like that. Religion from that area spread from there, right? And it went, and then the people, billions of people just didn't all pack in one day in Israel, and all of a sudden, okay, let's just go expand out and move everywhere. We move millions of people all around the world. It happened that way. The religion spread, not necessarily the people spread. So the religion spread just like Christianity. Christianity didn't start in Europe, but it was spread to Europeans, and more people were converted into Christianity. So it wasn't like an enormous amount of people. So I push back against that. And most of these people, when you ask them, hey, where's their great grandparents from? It's not going to be from Israel. The people that's there, they're just not. And people from Hispanic people, when you ask them that question, they might be Aztec. People from Pakistan lives in Israel. Their roots doesn't they can't transfer their respect to Israel. Now, politically and stuff like that, yeah, it's just like how they created America, right? How did they do it? They brought in people that had interest in America who was going to, follow the operation and colonize the land. That's what really it is. It's a colony. That's what Israel. The colony needs people. So it's inviting and saying, hey, if you agree with my agenda of the Jewish agenda, all these check marks mark off, and you want to check these marks off and get with the program, you can come up over here because we need you. We need bodies here. So Israel needs people. It absolutely needs more people, just like that any colony would. It needs to expand, just like it is a colony. And that's what it is, bro. Don't get it confused that these people can trace back Wendy's from 6,000 years ago, bro. Go ahead, you got it.
There's been a lot of colonies throughout history, and there's been a lot, if you know the history of the Jewish people, they've been liberated multiple times. Most religions deal with religious liberation theology. You could even say the Free Palestine movement is a liberation theology. Anyways, I'm just saying, if you have a negative critique of anything, well, then you should at least try to find one positive critique. Because, in my opinion, the longer you talk, the bigger the hypocrite you become.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you. Should I reset, or y'all got a gist of what's going on here? Y'all good? Who's that? I can't see.
That's Sugar.
Hi, Sugar.
Oh, you running? Okay.
Hey, go ahead. You can reset.
Did a post about Mexico in the chat. Zero said universal health care in 2027. The president's going to push for it. It's the first time I heard about that. Wow.
Should I reset, or y'all good?
No, I think we're good, unless there are more people who've entered the room who don't know what's going on. But Zero's point, yeah, Nathan, that's a great point in the chat. Watch the narrative switch up when that universal health care in Mexico takes place.
I don't know if y'all know that, but I've been, I live in Mexico, Monterrey, and Atlanta, back and forth for about 4.5 years. I got my residency now in Mexico, so I'd be a great benefactor off that. I'll have me if you need help.
So listen, I saw Cuba in the headline earlier when I came in, and it made me think of the power outage situation they were dealing with there last month. And I went on Google to find out do most of the citizens still not have power? Are they still in dark?
Last month, big sis? Where have you been, Mom?
I mean, but it's only April 13th, so what?
Honey, they is going 52 hours a day without, since the whole Venezuelan oil and all that stuff has taken place. They is on the come over there, honey. That's why I put them in the title. So I think it's a good time for me to just go ahead and just say what I said. So, the fall of Cuba, Iran, Epstein, and there's Trump, right? So, the fall of Cuba is really based on what's happening in Cuba right now, with their government not wanting to, get in bed with us or whatever. They don't want us to see them naked, I should say. And what that result looks like is the fact that, they're without power, shortage of food, et cetera, et cetera. It's bad over there, real bad. So, with that being said, then we have Iran. I think it's common sense of what's going on over there. And then we have Epstein, which, where is Epstein? And what happened to the talks of Epstein? Just the fall of Epstein conversations, right? And then there's Trump, right? The question about Trump is whether or not he is going to go down as the greatest president of all time, because he got the transgenders out the women's sports, and he's prioritizing us with the families and stuff, and make more babies, and we're going to incentivize you $1,000, and that money's going to be put in the account. It's going to grow and accept. So he did all these great things, implemented all these great systems, but then he did something that he said he wasn't going to do, okay, which was start a war. And he also didn't do something that he said he was going to do, which was end wars, right? So the question of Trump is, are we watching this administration, or are we watching Trump, I should say, go down as the greatest president of all time, or go down as the most, go down as a war criminal / liar of all time? You know? How y'all think this is going to play out? How you think it's going to end? I don't know.
Since Cuba is first, I got a question. Since Cuba is up there first, I got a question. What exactly is the United States asking from Cuba?
I don't know what they're asking from Cuba, but I do know that they have tried to make a deal. That's a good question. Give me a second. I'm driving. Let me pull over. Because I do know that they tried to fix their energy crisis, but I don't know what exactly they could possibly want from Cuba, considering the fact that, to be honest with you, they really don't have much of anything. For real.
So Cuba is basically not asking the United States for help?
They don't want the United States. They have rejected the United States' help. Trump tried.
And I want to know if the United States is in the way of any other help that could possibly be available to Cuba.
That was the oil. So the Cuba's main oil source came from Venezuela.
And that's 100% of the electricity problem.
Yes, it is real bad.
So they're not getting nothing from anywhere else?
Nope.
When you put all of your eggs in one basket, I think that's what happens.
It is so bad that Cuba is there's been mandates releasing, hold on, let me read this. The United States is leveraging severe economic pressure, including restricting oil shipments, to force Cuba into a deal that mandates releasing political prisoners, allowing U.S. investment, particularly by Cuban Americans, economic reforms. Washington also seeks to break Cuba's alliance with Venezuela and demands democratic reforms, such as following free press and unions. Significant changes to allow private sector growth, encouraging U.S. business participation in investments, and in security partnerships and advocacies, and cooperating on reducing migration and drug trafficking.
I guess you don't need a union when you are a union.
Say that again.
The funny thing about communism is there's only one corporation, there's only one union, there's no competitors. And Marco Rubio, with his experience in Cuba, now is the time to turn the most beautiful island in the world into our beach and playground. Right, that Cuba should be the jewel in the American tiara.
What currency does Cuba use?
It's the peso.
Anybody know? Cuba has its own currency?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the peso.
Well, it's not going to be
Cuban pesos.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them to just say, oh.
Yeah, they don't want another government. Yeah, they don't want another government telling them what the hell to do.
That's a complete change of regime. They're not going to do that.
But see, here's the thing, though, big sis. The thing with that, though, is who is it at the expense of? Because look at the people. The people of Cuba, yeah, they look happy. They're very happy people. I'm watching these little blogs of people that's traveling to Cuba right now. And another thing, too, these people that's traveling over there, they're not going over there to see, historical sites and stuff. Yeah, that might be part of their blog. But they're going over there to document the conditions of Cuba right now. And so I literally been watching these blogs for the past, 5 months or so. And, I just watched one from this guy that went over there last week. And when I tell you, the people, they look happy and all of that. But when they start telling their story on how they got to stretch food for a good old month, you know what I'm saying? How they're out of power 52 hours out of a day, probably only 2 hours out of the day with power. You know what I'm saying?
That's the people that are, I know the country folks are fine, but the city folks and the people that, lived in high places are the ones that's probably plummeting. Because I can see people who maybe grew their own food, farmers. Those are the people that are making it to where other people can't survive. Right now.
That place as a whole is going down. As a whole, I can't even single out and say, well, this one neighborhood over here is doing all right when the other 75-80% of the whole shit is out of whack. So it's in real bad shape over there right now.
So I found it. I had to look it up. A lot of people don't know. I'm gonna read it to you, right? How they restrict Cubans. Can Cubans buy land in Cuba? It's very controlled, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's restricting freedom and how to prosper. Cubans living in Cuba was able to buy and sell homes amongst themselves since 2011. So just in 2011, they was allowed to buy homes and sell it. So on one hand, the one home rule, a Cuban citizen generally owned one property residence and one vacation home. State control. The government still monitors all sales. And there are many restrictions on where you can buy. For example, special tourism zones or the Mario development zone are often off limits to even Cuban citizens. So that's just a small snippet of the amount of control that this government has among their people, restricting you of prospering. You as a Cuban citizen can't even buy property on a tourism zone. The government controls them and say, hey man, go F off somewhere. Because they're reaping the benefits from these things. And like I said before, there are a lot of black Cubans, our brothers and sisters, whatever you want to call them, are, underneath this regime are suffering. Just imagine you as an American citizen, somebody told you, oh, that beachfront property right there, we can't buy it because the government said no. Florida, you can't buy property in Florida because the government said no. You see, New York City, oh no, hell no, you can't get that land either. We will be considered. We would say, hey, that's oppressive. Something like Jim Crow. We've been through this thing already. It's hey, you can't buy land here, and here. You can't work here. You can't start your business here. You can't do that. That's very restrictive. And unlike, TS, you said before, hey man, look, they might got a claim against reparations at the end of the day on all this type of shit. Because that's just crazy.
They sure do, because y'all denying help and your people's out there starving. Like that's that's definitely.
It's the arrogance.
Get oil from anywhere else either. Like that's like you're not gonna try to get oil from nowhere else. Have you burned all your bridges from all of the other countries?
If they wanted to get oil from us, they could get it in 24 to 48 hours. They could easily get it.
Yeah, I know, but they don't want to get it from the United States.
They got arrogance. They got that machismo problem. That's what all countries end up having problems with, is their machismo. And in Cuba, Fidel Castro and that family, you know, Fidel was such a charismatic leader. He carried that fucking country on his back. And the fact of the matter is, if they were strategic and we could have a communication breakthrough, they would join our franchise. America, the government, is basically a franchising operation. It's either corporately controlled or independently owned. And if the Cubans were smart, they would join us if they could somehow get past that machismo and forget the history. The history hypnosis holds them together.
I understand them a little bit. It's one thing that's their own, you know, kind of breaking the mold is like breaking tradition and history and, you know, so on and so forth. I can understand that, but there is a way for them to get help for their people. They just, like you said, they're stubborn. But yeah, they know they're going to have to give up the goods. They're going to have to give something, you know, and that's the dangerous part too, because you're going to pay back more than what you get, you know, once you do that. You know, it may take years and years for them to see their independence again, you know, free from debt from other countries, but you got to do what you got to do. You just really do. They got to do something.
The geographic proximity.
They're not going to have a choice.
We're so close to them. They're so close to us. They're stupid to rely on Russia or China. If we were to merge and join us, could you imagine the deal they would get? The people in Puerto Rico would be pissed. Puerto Ricans already have a huge advantage. They pay no income tax. And Cuba could get a better deal. Cuba could become the hottest development in the whole fucking world. But the Cubans would have to give up their bullshit communistic system and become capitalists, ruthless capitalists. If they were to do that, everybody would prosper 1,000-fold. Instead, they're all going to live in shit because their brains are shit. You know it. I know it. They don't know how to strategically develop themselves. They're stupid.
I don't detect y'all won't lie.
Yeah, the regime, the sad thing about it, man, like when I notice when I, you know, in Mexico, right, when people are born into it, they're just talking about regular citizens, they just live their life and don't really, because I talk to some people like, hey, have you ever been to the United States before? Would you like to come one day? They're like, no. You know, it doesn't click. You know what I'm saying? Like their living conditions versus what's a possibility. And I think a lot of Cubans who's born into Cuba, been living there for many decades of their lives, right? They don't understand what universe, how much they're going to prosper, right? They don't. It clicks for some of them, right? A lot of them, but a lot of people, it just doesn't click. Like they really don't understand how much their life will change for the better if that regime would go. And there would be a free market and open things up so that they can actually prosper. So they're hard-working people in Cuba. These people work extremely hard. They're extremely smart. They have pretty much the highest density of doctors and high degree holders than any other.
They've all left the country, Nathan. They live in Florida now. Yeah. They've all left. Every one of them. Just about.
Yeah, a lot of them did go down there, but you know, they will. That country, the historical, just the culture there is very rich culture. And the Cuban music,
so look, Nathan,
a lot of things. But yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I hate that sometimes we get a delay in issues. So what I'm reading based off of a news report that came out yesterday, I guess NBC News sat down with Cuba's president, who said that they would die to defend against U.S. invasion. And so basically, to answer what's her name's question, Miss Sugar, the question of what is it that the U.S. wants from them, it says that they want. I'm sorry, 1 second. There we go. I just had it. Oh, there okay. They want releasing of political prisoners, scheduling multi-party elections, and recognizing unions and free press. And his response to that was, nobody has made those demands to us. And we have established that in respect to our political system and constitutional order, these are issues that are not under negotiations with the United States. Diaz-Canel, and I might be saying his name wrong, Diaz adding extensively manipulated. So that answers your question as to what the U.S. is asking from, what they're asking of Cuba in return to offering them some type of aid or help, So I don't think that that's a lot to ask for.
No, it's a start. It's definitely a start.
They have to look at this.
I think they should consider the talks.
You motherfuckers are all delusional.
Delusional? That's a projection if I ever heard one.
Delusional.
That's a delusional projection.
This is what I say about
that. A personal attack.
And how the Negro mind hold ideas in their head at the same time and still justify it. I heard y'all say that they want to go to Cuba and give them free press. Let me ask y'all, is y'all free press in America? Is that what you want to do?
This is the free press. You talking free press.
All right.
Hold on,
we have a state-controlled media. It just pretends to be a corporate media, but we all know the media is in bed with the government. It's called Operation Monitor. Go look that shit up. Then you said they wanted to bring the unions to Cuba. Oh, that's an innocuous thing. I haven't talked all about a nigga named Samuel Godfrey. Go look up Samuel Godfrey. Don't go Google him like this. Samuel Godfrey.
You sound muffled.
I'm outside working in my yard with a saw. Samuel Godfrey. Samuel Godfrey.
Can you spell the last name for us? Because I get muffled.
Gompers. It's pretty phonetic. Gompers. Samuel Gompers. Union. Just look up Samuel Gompers Union.
Gompers.
Gompers, correct. Gompers. This is what the union did. Now, remember, you live in America where your people were slaves for free. And then right after they were slaves, the crackers came with a thing called the unions.
The crackers? What do you have, a matzo ball soup?
Universe, chill, man.
Well, if you're going to talk cracker, I wanted to say I'm a cracker, I guess. I was asking.
That they used and weaponized against the citizens of the United States of America is the same union and the same press that they want to export to Cuba. Cubans are smart enough. I think we studied our history and we got all these critiques of these white folks. You think these people in these other countries don't know about Illuminati? You think they don't know about Rothschild? You think they don't go? You said it was all them goddamn smart and they got all them doctors. You think these motherfuckers haven't read Greeks or Jack Ryder, how they created the Federal Reserve System? How our money is a fiat currency that is created out of thin air? Do you think those people want to take that beautiful island and try to get that island? But see, then secondly, you have to understand the history of the mafia in Cuba. And understand why this Cuba experiment imploded on them in the first place. The people of Cuba, remember. That's why Fidel Castro was such a great leader to those people, was because Fidel Castro was like Farrakhan. And when I say that, he was like Farrakhan because if you guys remember, watch Farrakhan's speeches, where he speaks at some of these colleges, universities, he's spoken at all of them. And every time I've heard him open up his speech, he has to talk about, well, to the students here at Michigan State or whatever state he was at that time, thank you for all the black students here. And I'm sorry that you guys have had to deal with all of this hate. These students at the school, because every school he speaks at. And it's just so sad that the Citizen Students Union didn't allow for the funds that the students had raised to be used for our little piddly money that we've used to get here. We don't charge much, but we do have our own security who is used to doing these things. We see that the school has provided security. We thank the security for being here. But we are very, when they don't let the FOI do the shakedowns, the pat downs, it's always very disrespectful. But the bottom line is, fam, that Farrakhan is very good and has always been good at just telling the truth about the news. They can say whatever the fuck they want to say about Farrakhan, anti-this and anti-that. But when Farrakhan get up there and tell you the history of a thing, like the Anti-Defamation League, the Federal Reserve, Congress, or any of these so-called motherfucking black organizations like the NAACP, he's speaking 100% fact. And so that's what Fidel Castro was doing when he was talking to his people. And he said we would just ask them to keep. If y'all want me to join with America right now, that's key.
Fuentes really the camera is a heterosexual.
Black Cubans. Y'all already know what y'all got coming. If y'all go to America, if you let America run this shit, so the black Cubans thinking y'all basically gonna be slaves. So do you think any of the black Cubans be like, oh yeah, we want to be American. We want America. No. They was like, fuck that. Hell no, nigga. I'll do this shit on earth. I know black. I know black anyway. I'm Cuban. I know black. I know black. I'm Cuban. I know black. That's why they say I know black. Because nobody ever wanted to join in with this American thing for those Latin American countries.
Oh, like that.
Because
you're on mute, King.
I don't know how I muted myself. My phone is on fire. But anyway, the point is that America has been exposed to people across the world, man. The information that we share in these rooms and I talk about in these lectures, this is information available on the World Wide Web.
World Wide Web.
People with access to it. And a lot of our quote-unquote allies there are aware of how it is treated everything. These people hear y'all. They're in the comments when y'all are commenting on Joe Biden's administration. These people are in the comments when we're commenting about how fucked up America treats us. So what smart person from anywhere in the world would say, sign me up for that, boss? Who would say that? Right? Now, of course, they might immigrate to America, understanding that the conditions in America are much better than whatever they would be in any of these protectorates that y'all are talking about that they think that Cuba would want to be or Puerto Rico or anybody else. So I just wanted to hear that pushback. Y'all got to go back and really study the experiments that they tried in Cuba the first time, where the mafia, particularly Meyer Lansky and the Jewish mafia, was over in Cuba buying up all the land. That's why the state got a 2-house limit. Because they know goddamn well, yeah, sure, people might want to buy 2 or 3 houses. And they're cool with that. But it's the foreign influence of the motherfucking Jews. Who y'all think Cuba been fighting against? America? Exactly. You're silly. They've been fighting against the Jews. They know these American white boys don't run shit. They already know that because the goddamn mafioso came over there with fucking Meyer Lansky. And when people tell stories still to this day, they say it was the Italian mafia was over there in Cuba. They don't even say it was the fucking Jewish mafia. When Meyer Lansky was the motherfucker that was making hand over fist in the goddamn casinos that the mafia had built with the Giancana family. That's why Giancana's ass got knocked off. Giancana's the one that got the pictures of Clyde Tolson, the deputy secretary, the deputy director of the FBI, in bed with FBI director, motherfucker Jan Gahoon. That's what made Giancana so powerful, to where they was able to even leverage that shit, even be in Cuba setting up their motherfucking mafioso enterprise. So here you got the people of Cuba. Imagine this is your country, and some gangsters that came over here to do some shit. Okay, cool. We might get some jobs in a casino. Cool. If that's all you're looking for. But as far as structurally, infrastructurally, you guys know why these motherfucking people have been allegedly kicked out of 109 Southern countries. Because they come in there and do what? They try to monopolize the economy. And so that's what they were protecting themselves against. Their alliance to Soviet Union makes perfect sense if you understand it in that context. Because they were allied with the Soviet Union for no reason. They were allied with the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union has fought off the same fucking Jews. This is why the Soviet Union changed the trade back to Russia after that completely fought off all the goddamn Jews. So when you actually look at the history of Cuba and how it is linked to the story of Russia, if you actually go back and look at Cuba and Russia's participation in the Angolan War of 1974. Now, who's the good guys and who's the bad guys? How is it that the communists, as much as y'all know I'm against and opposed to communism here, I tell you all the time, communism works differently in places where population is a homogeneous population, like in Denmark or Sweden or in Cuba or in Angola. Communism can work in those homogeneous societies. It's not a long-term solution because at some point in time you have to use the communism or the socialism or at least the alliance to Soviet Union to stave off whoever your enemy is if you're in Angola or in Cuba, so that you can nationalize your minerals, build up your own internal wealth, build up your military to then you can protect yourself, then you can create a democratic constitution and become a democratic republic like the United States, and you can be capitalist. But you cannot be a capitalist trying to pay capitalism with the West. It's not going to work. You have to oppose the system of capitalism when
you're going to knock yourself out of here with that phone in his pocket. That's why I was asking about the currency. Yeah, Cuba is not going to, they're not going to fold to real easy. It's going to take a lot. It's going to have to, a lot of countries are going to have to force them into a different regime.
Yeah, Venezuela. We got Venezuela, we got a partnership with them now. So they're going to put pressure on Cuba. This is the reverse dominoes. Have you ever played dominoes? This is the reverse domino game theory.
Who is running Venezuela right now?
Los generales de la militar el país de Venezuela.
Who's running Venezuela right now?
What was the last thing y'all heard me say?
Oh, you were talking about the history with
Angola.
You're talking about the Soviet Union and the war with Cuba and
Angola. Right? And so the war in Angola was over the oil. That's why they want Cuba to break their partnerships with Venezuela. Because they don't want Cuba to be able to access the natural resources of Venezuela, a country who hell, they don't even want them to be able to access that shit. Much less do they want them to be able to offer it to another country whose sovereignty we want to take.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I'm pretty much ripping you off.
We have to put them into such a position of poverty that they will be ready to make. And we as Americans sometimes forget, and we'll start to think.
Answer my question, Mr. Trump. Did you conduct acts of war on an obviously far more advanced regime?
This guy's got to be we're out here saying Cuba needs to get some of this American motherfucker.
Yeah, immigration right now is a hot mess. So Cuba, I think that, for them to wait it out the way they are is a good idea, because nobody seems to be too desperate right now. Not yet. They're not that desperate yet. They're just not. So we'll see.
They said they got 15 to 20 days left for oil.
Yeah, and by then, they more than likely will be having talks with China and Russia. That's just how bad they're not going to want to be in bed with the United States. We'll see. Or we got another war on our...
There's going to be diplomatic breakthrough. Everybody is so pessimistic, but the truth is people want in. We have the biggest moat, and it's regional. And, there are diplomatic breakthroughs. There's military breakthroughs. There's victories. And it doesn't just happen on the battlefield. It does happen with personality. The Fidel Castro regime is dissolving, and now they're just influencers on Instagram. It's not pre-internet 1960 where it's all television one-way broadcast. Like you said, the influencers have penetrated, and that means that people in Cuba know that they're living in a state of disarray. Have you seen how old the facilities are? There's no new construction, no new cars, nothing. The place is a fucking time capsule. They need to be brought back to 2026. They live in the fucking past in a time machine. Do you know how horrible it is to live in a fucking time machine? Hello?
They love their old vehicles. They love rebuilding old vehicles. But what I'm saying is, before this Venezuela thing, was Cuba struggling the way people are talking about?
They've always struggled. They're a fucking island under the biggest embargo in the fucking planet. Like, but Canadians have been enjoying Cuban beaches forever. America also loses out. It's not just the Cubans that lose out. It's the Americans that would love to get on a United Airlines Delta flight and go to fucking Havana for a week or 2 weeks. Instead, they go to Puerto Rico.
Why aren't United States citizens going to Cuba? Why weren't?
Because
are you saying they weren't? Are you saying that
you can't just there's no flight from fucking Minneapolis or San Francisco or Los Angeles. Otherwise, people would be going there by the millions. It's the best beaches on the fucking planet.
So you gotta go to Canada to go to Cuba?
Yeah, Google it. Am I your travel planner? Do you want to buy a travel package? Because I can set you up with an Apple vacation real quick. You want me to send you the link via email so I get my affiliate commission? I'm just saying. I'm the kind of guy that wants to meditate in my secure little baby bubble. But I could go on Instagram real quick and just geo-target Havana and then see all them girls shaking in the streets, drinking them Cuba Libres. The point is, Hyatt hotels, W hotels, all the major hotels want to open the most luxurious 5-star all-inclusive resorts. Riu Palace. All these people can't do business there because the government is so stupid and restrictive. They don't know how to create prosperity and abundance. It's because they have a communication problem, a culture problem. They are, again, living in a fucking time machine. It's 2026, not 1966. Wake up and smell the fucking smell the coffee and the roses. We're your friends. We're your friends, baby.
Check this out.
You angry?
Do you guys remember?
Leave me alone.
They used to have a president here in 1963. What happened to that president in 1963?
He was assassinated.
They knocked his ass off. Unsolved crime still to this day. We know who did it. But unsolved crime still to this day. Now, do y'all realize that Cuba was right in the crosshairs of the reason why America knocked off a whole motherfucking president? Because he didn't agree with the CIA's policy on it. Y'all got to look a little deeper into this shit. Y'all stay. You want to go find your peace? We got plenty in America. Enjoy yourself.
Can't hear you say.
I said if you want. Keep that money in the United States. White folks always be talking about we America first. The first motherfucker want to jump on a plane with somebody else's country. You get that $90 American dollars. At least in the backyard, motherfucker. Always want to take your American dollars overseas and shit.
Yeah, trade in those American dollars for Cuban currency and then go have a good time. If you can't do that, stay home. I think it's beautiful that Cuba owns Cuba and is independent to its own. That's a great thing. You know, if they don't have leaders right now, they're doing right by their citizens other than the thing that happened with the oil in Venezuela. Seems like they were doing fine before now. That's all I'm saying.
I looked up the etymology of the word Cuba. It says here, it's believed to originate from the indigenous Taíno language, likely derived from terms such as Cubao, where fertile land is abundant, or Coabana, great place. It was recorded by Christopher Columbus, the Conqueror, in 1492, possibly referring to the Taíno word Kubanacan, meaning central place or a large, important territory.
Christopher Columbus didn't do nothing. Like, somebody always throwing his name somewhere in there.
I didn't do nothing. Did you ever get on a boat and sail the flat earth, fall off the side of the fucking
Yeah, my people is this work.
You the descendant of the killer of Columbus. That's a bold claim, sugar.
There is nothing that Christopher Columbus can make me believe that's in our history. His name has been thrown any and everywhere. He didn't discover.
King, you was muffled, so I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that was.
I want to hear no Christopher
Columbus. Stephen, I thought it was Stephen.
No, it sound like him now, but I don't think it was him.
You angry? Leave me alone. You angry?
Yeah, as soon as I heard him say that, I'm like, what the hell?
The conqueror, Christopher Columbus.
I'm surprised that people are even able to still say his name.
Can't say the name, Christopher Columbus.
Nobody's teaching that shit.
I can't say the name, Christopher Columbus.
Get a statue of him put in front of the White House like 2 weeks ago.
Say what?
You talking about Christopher Columbus?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said, didn't Trump just put a statue of him?
Trump put a statue of Christopher Columbus in.
Yeah, I thought it was putting Jesus in.
No, it was about 2 weeks ago. About a little over 2 weeks ago. They just put a Christopher, because he's been adamant about that for some years now.
The Jewish people working on
that for some years now. I mean, can we hear? I can't. I don't know. Is it me, y'all? Is it me? Because I'm like, what in the world is going on? Like, I don't know if it's my phone cutting out, because it's like, ugh. But, yeah, because he's been very adamant for a very long time about his love for Christopher Columbus and not wanting us to forget about, his legacy and things of that sort. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm going to have to go and look at that because I ain't heard him say Christopher Columbus' name. But I believe you. I'll go look.
He loved him some Christopher Columbus, honey. That's set in stone.
They slung his name in the middle of everything. He couldn't discover every goddamn thing. Like, that's crazy.
In March,
he ain't got nothing to do with the Cuban language and their meanings. They done slung his name in there. That's crazy shit.
Yeah, definitely 2 weeks ago. So in March 2026, his administration installed a replica of Columbus statue, which is toppled in Baltimore in 2020 near the White House, which was toppled in Baltimore in 2020, and they put it near the White House. I think it's right in front, honestly, from the picture that I saw. And so then there was Trump. Hi, Ava.
Yo.
And then there was Trump, honey. None of y'all answer my question, not even you, Merk. That's not nice. No cereal, no Merk.
Judah.
Say that again, Judah.
Did you also hear that he put a picture of Jesus Christ up in the Oval Office?
No, I didn't ask that.
Yeah, so right before Easter, he put a picture of Jesus Christ up in the Oval Office, and a lot of people were up in arms about that because the Oval Office is...
That happened from other presidents.
Was he black, Judah? Because Putin said Jesus was black, Judah.
He's not completely... He's olive complected. He's not white. He's not black. He's olive complected. It's a darker... I didn't see the picture too well, but he's a darker color of Jesus. He's not a white complected Jesus.
So, AB, you just gonna be cute on mute? Got it. Brother Hakeem, you just gonna be on mute? Got it. JoJo, you just gonna be on mute. Okay.
looking up research.
Well, speaking of Epstein, I don't know if you already mentioned Tsunami. It's very, very interesting the timing of Melania Trump holding a press conference about her. I'm sorry, I had a call coming through about Epstein, her lack of her connection to Epstein, or lack of connection, Trump's relationship. I mean, it's very interesting. Why now? Some are saying it's because some gal, some former trick baby gal that she used to come up with over there in their modeling days. I think she's a Spanish model, or at the very least, she's about to speak to Spanish press. And according to social media, guys, I don't know how true this is, so, for anybody with better insight on this than me, you can weigh in. But apparently this model is about to do a tell-all with Spanish media. And there's been some concern behind the scenes at the White House that Melania is worried. I guess she was tipped off about what the woman reveals in this article. And by reveal, it relates to Melania and this model's relationship with Epstein, their connection, what they did for him, were they tricks, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. But behind the scenes, they claim whatever this woman revealed in the interview spooked Melania to the point where she wanted to get ahead of the narrative, and that's why she held the conference about Epstein. Or some are saying it has to do with the war and just, being a good first lady and coming out holding this press conference to distract from Trump's antics with Israel and Iran, and to, re-divert the narrative about his mental health back to Epstein, right? So what do y'all think about
guilty all over her face?
I thought it was peculiar that she would come out and give this ad hoc interview. And I suspected that there was something more to it than what meets the eye, or what they're portraying. I believe that she probably had some dealings with Epstein. She said she didn't know him. Or Ghislaine Maxwell. It'll come out.
You can call up and tell me what that means, and I'll try my best to do it for you.
She's trying to get ahead of it. Makes sense. Get ahead of it. But there's something rotten in the cotton. I'll land.
I mean, I'll be curious to see if this is true. I don't know if this is true about this Spanish woman, but social media has been sharing photos of this woman and Melania together when they were younger, hotter babes. And so I guess there's no denying that Melania was very close to this woman at one time. And apparently, according to social media, once again, they remained very close friends long after she married Trump, right? So it remains to be seen if this interview has published in Spanish media or true. Yeah, so we'll see, I guess.
Melania said the quiet part out loud, and she issued a defamation warning. But she said to a little kid, well, anyways, it was just like a hot mic at a White House garden party. And she opened her mouth because, she's a ditz. And Trump, this little kid's like, who is that? And Trump's like, you don't know who she is? She's a movie star. She's a Hollywood movie star. Because she's in the Jeff Bezos, Amazon flick. Melania, it's easy to roast Melania and Trump, but they have a kid. Like, they're on talking terms, right? I mean, and she hasn't embarrassed America. She's only doing good things. So again, a lot of this is just a roast. Life is a roast, and this room is a roast. Clubhouse is a roast.
That people don't have bad moments in their past. Like, she may not have.
She's not Mother Teresa.
Involved with it would be as bad as it is, or would have a running past, or a long, disgusting history the way it is. But it has, and she just happens to be the first lady now. So whatever, yeah.
She's still better than the first lady in Politically Correct. That's a fact.
Don't we have pictures of Melania's tits?
Yeah, she was a model. Oh no, she was a model. When are you gonna how are you gonna trash a woman using her beauty to make money? Is that illegal in America? No, that's the freedom of speech.
You must be a Jewish as well, because y'all
own the pornography.
At the same time, y'all gotta do one at a time, please.
Well, first of all, I love that Twitter was like, you must be Jewish because you're a perv. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that someone said she didn't do anything to embarrass America. I think that's embarrassing, But we look past that. But I mean, she's a young, hot foreigner looking to date millionaire men. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a honeypot herself.
No, she didn't come from nothing. But she was in the circle of these other people who were disgusting, who did disgusting things. So that's her very own fault.
Yeah,
when
Bill Clinton.
She should have separated herself from them. What did she do? She did not. She remained friends with this one girl for how long? Up until she's married to President Trump.
From Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. Never forget Bill Clinton's, he is the OG. He's a CIA agent himself. Barack Obama is a continuation of the CIA presidencies from George Bush to Donald Trump, who is not a CIA president. He is the people's president. People voted Trump in because they were sick of the CIA presidents lying to us. Barack Hussein Obama is a liar. Coming out on that red carpet, we killed Osama bin Laden.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy work. You gotta let Sugar land. I don't even think she was done with her submission. Unless she is, then we can move on.
I actually wasn't. Like, I feel like, I felt like it wasn't until anything was going to hit the fan with, there's going beyond what the president may have been involved with Epstein, and it was going to eventually get to her because, of course, pageants, models, it goes hand in hand. All of that stuff goes hand in hand. It was only a matter of time before it would get to the part that she may have been involved with. So we can't just say because of who she is today, it's going to exclude what she was involved with, when she was in the height of her career.
She's not a mafia don. She's a brain dead bimbo.
No, she's not, actually. Actually, respect the first lady.
Now she respects her.
Everybody has a past. But for her to be involved with anything to do with the Epstein files, it's kind of like it explains a whole lot of why they don't want anybody reading too deep into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Bill Clinton is in every single photo. Bill Clinton.
And all the hot photography and all of that stuff has 100% almost everything to do with Epstein.
And Bill Clinton. Let's be honest.
All of these girls was going. I'm sorry?
It's called Bill Clinton. Do you know who Bill Clinton is?
Like, I understand. Which is, yes, he does have a whole lot to do with it, but we're just talking about the modeling agencies and the pageants and all of these young girls and what they had to do with Epstein. He dealt with a lot of big photographers, small movie roles and things like that. We just got to be truthful. Around that time, she had a hot career. She came over here dealing with those people. Maybe her face ain't all over it, but her body definitely is. A lot of these girls, their bodies 100% had everything to do with what was going on with Epstein, and their faces and everything was wiped out. That's a lot of why they aren't able to be identified. But I think that's going to come to the light too. We got people speaking
up on this stuff, and I don't know if they're doing it for free or for what reasons they're doing it. They don't want to go down by themselves.
Baby, I'm just trying to cleanse my chakras.
I be damn if this girl goes down on her own and she knows Melania was standing right beside her. I don't blame her. I'm done.
Now nobody wants to talk after they cut you off a million times.
That's crazy.
It's because he got sent to the gulag.
You're in the gulag now universe. But yeah, man, it's I understand why she did her speech. It's kind of like keep my name out of your mouth kind of thing. You can respond now, universe.
There's nothing to say. I mean, it's just not really that great of a story. Melania's stories always just end in a whimper, and you know it, I know it, and she's just not a controversial figure in the Trump administration. The fact of the matter is Trump is the Don. Obviously, he's Don Juan, and he put up the Columbus statue because in Chicago and all other major cities, they have removed all the Columbus statues. And I'm not the biggest fan of Columbus, the conquistador. And, but the point is I don't bring up Columbus every day. I'm only bringing it up because somebody here mentioned it. And I didn't know that he put up the statue. But anyways, he does have that tie to Cuba. So that's a signal. And he's signaling. Trump is signaling psychologically that he's coming for Cuba like a conqueror. And, it's got to suck, right? I mean, to be in a predicament like that as an island country. But anyways, I posted on X that I hope there's a creative breakthrough to a diplomatic solution because creativity has to be fun, and it is fun, and they have to come up with a creative solution and stop with the militarism or the heavy-handedness. I think Marco, even though he puts on a real tough front, I bet you he's pragmatic and reasonable. A lot of this is like a collections effort, and the U.S. government thinks that it's due a cut in the same way that the mafia thinks that they're due their protection money. It's the same way that the U.S. is operating all around the world, and we got to deal with Venezuela, and so there are solutions, but these are breakthroughs. I mean, for God's sakes, they swooped in the middle of the night and captured Maduro. That bastard was, plugging up the drain pipes. And now that we have some flow, it's possible Cuba will come in the fold.
Welcome, Ben, to the stage.
Thank you. I just came up to say I don't understand anything the universe is saying. Did anyone make sense of what he just
No, I can't really give you verbatim.
He was talking about plugging holes, Papa. Plugging holes. That's what I got. Plugging up. So the capture of the Venezuelan guy,
Maduro.
People were praising. They were thanking President Trump for that, but that doesn't mean that they just stop having oil or anything. But I do know that the United States is still blocking them from exporting oil. So that's pretty much the gist of everything. Has nothing to do with anything else. The Venezuelan people aren't struggling. They're not begging for U.S. dollars to come in and save them. I think that they're doing pretty good. And they just need a great leader to come in and do better by them, the people.
Implies the things that you need in order to survive. You need to pursue the things to survive.
These are all correct principles. Very good, Simon. I am honored.
Jumping on the jump of the Venezuelan president is what got into Trump's head. I mean, how fast they went in and came out and how successful supposedly it was got into Trump's head, and he thought he could go into Iran and replicate the same thing. I mean, when he went into Iran, I think he thought it was going to be a 2 to 3 day shit. Ole.
About what?
Donald Trump.
Oh, thank you, Nathan. Oh my gosh, thank you very much. I was over here getting hit for absolutely no reason.
Who started?
Yeah, Ole talked about, hey, you know, the message that came out from.
Who brought the conversation to the SAFE Act?
The SAFE Act? That's what we were talking about voting. And them saying that it shouldn't be that easy.
How people that voted for him because of the promises
If you want to talk about Epstein files, you got to talk about Bill Clinton, baby. Bill Clinton is in all the photos with Epstein. Every single photo, him and Epstein are fucking women wearing silk shirts.
Oh, wasn't Louis?
Voted for him for that, and he's failed all those promises, and still supporting him today, even though he's failed all the promises. I think the person is in an abusive relationship.
I don't think he's failed all the promises. I do think that 2 days before. I think that 2 days before this. I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, I said, tell me the promises he's kept. I'll listen.
Okay, so what I was going to reply to is 2 days before he had a visit from somebody. Do you remember before the Venezuelan invasion? Do you remember who visited him?
For Venezuela? No, I don't
know. No, not from Venezuela. Do you remember who visited him?
No,
2 days before that?
No, I don't. No.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
You mean Venezuela or Iran?
No. The Venezuelan invasion. Benjamin Netanyahu visited him 2 days prior. Yahoo! No, not Yahoo. Okay, so you're right. I agree with you about he didn't know that it would go this way. He didn't know that Iran would close the strait. He is in over his head when it comes to agreeing to this war, because we do know that Israel
if you're trying to convince
just
me,
wants what they want. They don't even know why they want it. Just want what they want.
I spend time on things. For me, I'm practical. That I could
Netanyahu came in, got in his ear. I don't think he intentionally was wanted to start a war or be involved in a war with Iran. He had many people coming to him about not getting involved with that, and he was not having conversations about it. He was ignoring the questions even about it. But he had a little visitor who gave the power trip after capturing the Venezuelan leader. And then after that, it's kind of like, oh, you did this. Why don't you think that you can do that? You know, and then it just, all this went to his head. And I think that's where we are now. Has nothing to do with any executive orders or anything that he signed. And that's been some benefit to the United States. So, yeah, I mean, unless we're just going to go on a black and brown conversation, which I don't think that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the promises that he's kept. And Joe,
a secure border. Inflation is lower today.
How is inflation lower? Can you quote the inflation numbers that you say are lower? What was inflation when he got into office, and what is inflation today?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Okay, yeah.
But if you actually want to go through the list of things that he promised, a secure border, are you going to deny that we have a secure border?
I could give that to you. Yeah, I could give that to you. Yeah.
Okay, is gas cheaper now than it was under Joe Biden?
No, it's not. Not right now. Not right now, it's not. It might be later, but it's not right now.
What was the highest gas under Joe Biden? It's higher than it is right now.
Dude, let's not.
In Florida, I never saw those high gas prices.
All right,
so go ahead.
In Florida,
we're gonna look up inflation. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I'll give you guys the inflation numbers and the gas numbers under Joe Biden.
I didn't see it. Sorry.
These things are cyclical, baby.
I probably agree with Joe. Maybe the only
And it's not like he's been saying for the last 20 years that he has a problem with Iran, that if he was president, he would never allow them to have nuclear weapons. He's been saying this literally for years. You can find a compilation on YouTube.
Let him, come on. I can't be hearing when y'all be doing that.
Because people can't make a point that, are proving these other people who are talking wrong, because then they immediately have to just jump off mic and try to interrupt you. So if you want to go on YouTube, you can look up these compilation videos of Trump saying if he was president, he would never allow Iran to get nuclear weapons, which he has done like the year 2000, he said, year 2001, he said, 2002, he said the same thing over and over and over again. And then people come on stage and they're like, oh, Netanyahu told Trump to do this. Before he ever met Netanyahu, he's been saying he was going to do this. So you guys are being totally disingenuous. It's like the Trump derangement and just making shit up out of thin air is just so fucking cringe. Like, this is not like an intellectual.
Joe, this can't be the first time you've been on Clubhouse, can you? Hello?
We're not going to act like we worship people. I actually support our
you're just lying, though.
What did I lie about?
Joe, what did I lie about? Whispering in his ear that this was never his decision. He never talked about doing this. He has talked about doing this for 20 years. You can literally look it up.
40.
Joe, can I respond? I think the right word you're looking at, the right
40 years, Joe.
The right acronym you're looking for is JCPOA, that Obama put together during his presidency, that Trump tore up just because he hated Obama.
Just because he hated him. Maybe he thought it was a bad deal, Ben.
So that agreement involved no bombs thrown into Iran, no talks of putting boots on the ground into Iran. That's what that agreement achieved. Now, you coming here and telling me that Trump has been saying that shit, that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. They were negotiating before he dropped bombs 2 days later. 1. 2, that means he lied to you during his campaign when he said, I'm not going to put America into any more new wars.
Yeah, no new forever wars. This isn't going to be a forever war.
This is not a new war.
What is it? What do you call it?
Failed to understand that we have been at war with Iran for the last 47 years. But people just don't understand that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Ben, will you finish, Ben? Will you finish?
Yeah, I'm waiting on him to get the inflation numbers. I'll wait a little bit.
Let me Google that for you, Ben. Generally, 45%,
Universe, you're not going to put up with your shenanigans.
Wait, hold on, Joe. Hold on. Let me, Joe, one second.
One second, Joe.
Right back, Joel. Hey, listen, Universe, I just brought you back up. We ask that you please don't interrupt anybody while they're giving their submission, brother. It's hard to hear on the replays. But there you go, Joe.
Well, time is of the priority, isn't it? Well, wasting time.
Hey, don't your ass up right now.
Joel, what you doing? Are you giving us a submission or what?
I thought King was trying to talk.
Oh, King was trying to talk?
Yeah.
Well, we're Mike on King.
Let me see. You know why Joe is not giving us a submission? Because he doesn't have shit to give us now. So, Mike, on to the next person. Thank you.
King, you there? Well, guess not.
Hello?
This man, I got about you. Hey, what you was saying, bro?
Dude, he's trying to. I think. Let me tell you what's happening now. He's looked up inflation today on Google and said he's noticed that it's bullshit what he's saying. He's gone to X. X is probably telling him it's bullshit. He's probably on Truth Social now trying to see where Trump lied about inflation. He's maybe not finding it. Next thing he's going to go to the White House page to look for where inflation is better today. So, Joe, we're waiting for you to bring the inflation numbers if you don't mind. Thank you.
Is he your personal Google or AI query, Ben? Just look it up. I don't understand. It's not if he's lying about the number by 2% or 4% or 5% or 10%. We all know the government's $40 trillion in debt. We all know that the government is completely broke
and that they're paying over $1 trillion a year on a $40 trillion mortgage. So I don't understand. Do we need to confirm that inflation's a problem? Yes, it's a fucking problem. Hello?
Universe, who is that mortgage? Who holds that mortgage type?
You can go to usdebtclock.org and look at it for yourself, baby. It's China. It's UK. It's everybody. It's the Federal Reserve. It's the taxpayer, most of all, because the taxpayers cough up $5 trillion a year. $5 trillion a year, but we spend $7.5 trillion a year. That means we got a deficit, ladies and gentlemen, of $2.5 trillion a year. Prove to me that I'm wrong. Prove to me that I'm wrong, because I'm right, because I done the research. I done looked up the numbers.
Because he's white and he's right.
Prove to me that I'm wrong.
Kitover, respectfully, some of us, we're coming off some coffee. We're at work. We're trying to keep it low and cute. And can you please, just that high pitched voice? Can you take it down just a couple decibels?
Yeah, hello, country bumpkins.
Just a couple decibels, Kitover. I ain't trying to hate, but that high pitch is like, man, it's rattling my nervous system.
Hello.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Okay, let me get this straight, right? Universe. So you saying that the debt that we owe is to China, is to where else? Who you saying? Great Britain?
It's to the Jews that control the banks in Great Britain. It's to the Federal Reserve that's run by the Jews. Zionists.
Yeah, it's Germany, it's Italy, it's UK, the Bank of England, it's everybody. It's everybody around the world holds U.S. bonds and treasuries, and we're the biggest currency on the planet. We have Federal Reserve windows in Europe. The European Central Bank is their own central bank. They produce their own inflated currency in the same way that we do. The biggest marketplace on the planet Earth is the currency market. It's in the in the quadrillions, because you got to total up all the trillions. So the point is, this is a civilizational implosion. The more we expand, the less we have in the core. You got to get focused on the root and go within. Everybody knows the truth, but the fact is, Trump is not Ron Paul. Trump thinks globally. Trump hotels are in every major city. Trump casinos are in every major city on the planet. The House of Trump. This is why the movie Dune is such a famous movie, because it's like competing royal households on planet Earth. America has to compete with the royal household of Saudi Arabia and the royal household of Great Britain and their dominions. It's still royalty all around the world competing against democracies and representative republics. If you want to know the truth, Donald Trump, if he wants to be successful, he has to be ruthlessly liberating. Not just liberating America, but liberating enslaved people to poor morals and dogma all around the world. That's why we're liberating Iran, one straight at a time.
Okay, so I had to look up some information to make sure I'm actually speaking some facts here. So, gas for sure. If you look up gas in Miami, Florida, under Joe Biden, they peaked at $4.75. The highest gas got in Miami, Florida, even during this Iran conflict, was $4.22. So,
wait a minute.
Thing,
wait,
you're incorrect about that, Ben.
Wait a minute, Joe. So with the gas in Florida underneath Joe Biden, was that for something? What year was that? Because years matter at this point.
So there's
Joe, just put the link in the chat.
Hold on, Ben. It's okay. Patience, black man, patience.
Says June 2022.
No.
2022. So we're talking almost a year. I'm gonna say a year fresh out of COVID. Because if you really think about it, COVID started in 2020 for us, mid 2020. It went on for about a year of us not being outside and being able to be in social settings with each other to that degree. And then 2022, he is now cleaning up the 2022, what's his name? Biden comes in and he's now in charge of, basically what happened prior to.
You gotta realize, if you look into COVID, who's the CEO of Pfizer? It's a Jew called Albert Bourla.
We're not talking about that, honey. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what COVID has to do with gas prices.
Because inflation is
the same people who are behind it.
Lord, I'm not about to yell over none of y'all today. Y'all got me twisted. COVID has everything to do, especially in 2022, because inflation was still a thing. You know what I'm saying? It was still a thing, and that's how.
Yes.
But he wasn't in office when COVID broke out, sir.
But what I'm saying is that there's a common denominator between
Can I ask who is? If I put somebody in the group, come on, man, because if I'm trying to talk and this man keeps coming off mic, come on, y'all, pay attention to what's going on.
So we're just gonna pretend that Democrat policies don't cause prices to go up. We're just gonna pretend that.
Ben, please. What did you say?
I don't know, like TSU. Are you just like a super Democrat shill? Like you're just like.
Why do we always got to get into personal attacks and not be able to just stay on topic? We all know how COVID affected gas pricing soon as we came out of quote unquote that epidemic. We all know and seen a shift in the market and in inflation. We all seen that. Why does it have to be what I am? It's not about me. This is not about me.
So when somebody campaigns on saying we're gonna shut down fracking, we're gonna shut down natural gas, we're gonna shut down oil companies, you don't think that contributed to gas going up? When somebody pushes a green energy policy, you're going to say, no, Joe Biden Democrats did not cause gas to go up. It was definitely just COVID. That's your position.
I didn't say that it was just COVID. I'm saying that, that's why I asked you the year that you were speaking of, because 2022, we did see an inflation coming out of COVID.
It was not COVID. It was the policy that Democrats passed in Joe Biden's first 2 years as president.
Goodbye.
So hold on. What's going on is from what I heard, right? I could be wrong, bro. You were saying something about Trump like lowering gas prices. We said that even up in his first term, the gas prices did go up after COVID. Now, what you bring in to us is also a factor. We never said that didn't happen, nor did that contribute. So I'm trying to figure out, where did you get lost in your own argument that you brought up?
I'm not lost here. I made a very simple statement that gas reached $4.74 under Joe Biden's presidency
in Miami,
and that even now with this conflict in Iran, it still has not reached the prices that we had under Joe Biden. That's all I said.
Can I give you some data?
Off mic and saying, "Oh no, we have to say it's because of this. Definitely not because of Democrat policies." Like, if you're gonna be a shill, just say you're a shill. Like, be proud about it. Like, if you're a Democrat shill, just fucking stand on it. Like, you don't need to fucking gaslight people, bro.
Are you a MAGA?
Portability and action.
All right, so let me just give y'all this. Joe Biden was inaugurated as the 46th president of the United States on January 20th, 2021, 1 year basically after COVID was hit. So based on my little bit of search, it says that prices were relatively low, right? In 2021, approximately gas price was $2.39 per gallon, right? Approximately. Prices were relatively low. with analysts citing that the impact of COVID-19, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on demand initial trends. Gasoline prices began to rise through 2021 as economic activity recovered. Peak prices, the national average reached a record high of over $5 per gallon in June of 2022. Causes for increase. Rising gas prices during this period were attributed to a combination of surging post-pandemic demand, supply constraints, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which affected global oil markets. So can we both say that we're right, sir? Can we, for the sake of argument, can we both say, let's shake hands and say we're both right? Joe?
No, I actually don't agree with that. Actually,
all right, I'm done. Y'all got it.
The actual thing with Russia too, when Joe Biden stopped producing oil in America and he let Russia become the number one oil producing company, that made them rich and that emboldened them to attack another country.
Russia was already rich before anything to do with Ukraine.
Like, you guys know that.
Joe, you know that. Joe, you're wasting your time talking to maggots. Nothing you say or read is gonna read it, enter his mind.
Yeah. You can't make an argument.
Maggots. Oh no, we got Lonzo, the Jew hater here, the anti-Semite supremacist. Oh God.
I met this guy before. He's completely retarded.
Lonzo is totally brain dead. Poor guy lives in hate. Oh, he's spreading hate about the Jews.
Let's not do that. Let's have the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off my Haitian brother. Monday. Appreciate you, brother. Yo, yep.
Lonzo's on the plantation. He's so deep.
Hold on. Yo, little white guy, shut the fuck up.
Little white guy. Here we go with the hate speech again. You're such a racist, Lonzo. You a racist, Lonzo.
Appreciate you. I'm gonna kick your ass to the group. Joe, chill. One mic on Lonzo. He's a new submission. I want to hear what he has to say. You big guy's been talking. I want to hear what he has to say. Go. Yeah, wars equal higher gas prices, y'all. This is just, a trend that tends to happen. Like, when they said something about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, boom, rise, right? Also rise, which is crazy because you would think, the amount of oil that Venezuela has under U.S. control, it would, lead to a decrease because Venezuela has the most gas, or not.
You don't even know what moves markets. It's called uncertainty, Lonzo.
Could you don't shut the fuck up? Appreciate you, man. Yeah, the most natural or oil, Venezuela has that. It's just really weird to me, how people can't see that translate. I don't know what the fuck is going on in Venezuela. I think Venezuela is a country that we're just stealing their oil, so we can kind of force China to buy from us. I believe, however, that China is still going to just go around that. They're going to subvert that, right? They're going to lie more on Russia, making Russia even more powerful, right? So we're pushing them to Russia's bosom even more, right? I think this is what Trump is going to
warm,
realize.
sweet, juicy
He's
Russia.
pushing more countries closer to either China, Russia, and Iran even tighter. He's even going to be surprised that more European countries are going to stick beside Iran, right? Because Iran definitely has a bunch of oil. You'll probably try to even see more Chinese people going to places like Iran and helping them fix their civilian infrastructure and whatever gas infrastructure that was taken. So I don't know what's going on. I just saw a clip probably 5 minutes before I came into this room where Trump actually said it about China. You know, hey, come buy the oil from us. You know, we have a ton of oil in Venezuela. I think China is smarter than that. China, although they do have, allegiance to money, I think money isn't just the only thing China cares about. They care also about relations, long-term relations, and they respect those relations. You see how they've been with North Korea, right? No matter all the sanctions the world has put on North Korea, every other day there's a long-ass train that goes to North Korea from China, giving them whatever they need. Despite all the sanctions, despite all the isolation, that train will still keep flowing from China to North Korea every other day. So, I mean, respect is, apparently means a lot more to some people than other. And with China, it looks like, I'm going to respect President Xi even more if he actually holds his ground and sticks beside, those countries that he has, huge relations with.
You have to question yourself if somebody who is literally cheering for China, like he's on this stage cheering for China, cheering for the downfall of his own country because he's so Trump deranged. You have to question when you're agreeing with somebody like that, how dumb you actually have to be to agree with somebody who is cheering for China and cheering for America.
Joe, you don't understand Lonzo's worldview. He's a racist, bigot, low IQ piece of shit.
He's very dumb. His Democrat masters tell him to hate Trump.
You don't have to come in to include your submission.
Yeah, I don't have to, but
Sugar, you ain't a mob, baby.
If you're overly sensitive,
hold on, Joe. When the lady moderator asks you to curtail the disrespect for other members on stage, I would ask you to please adhere to what the young lady is asking you to do. If unfortunately you are unable to do that, then we will no longer allow you to use our platform to give your submission.
It's not your platform, baby. You just on the plantation.
Yes. If you guys are so anti-free speech, then you want to kick people who disagree with you and don't listen to your rules.
We don't call that free speech. What we call that is being
feel free to kick me.
Being mature means having.
Yeah, kick them to the goo. Kick them from the room.
Without having to disrespect or demean other people. This is what we call having an intelligent society of intelligent people. Why we might think someone is stupid, but maturity allows us to be able to say what it is that we have to say without
Democrat masses on the
planet and respect. So if you have some decorum, and if you've been raised in a civilized society, you know to have manners and know how to proper diction and all that sort of thing, then I would please implore you to continue with your submission. But if you don't have the personal discipline to refrain from those types of arguments, unfortunately, by any means,
you can't have those arguments here. You can't have that kind of speech here. It's too confrontational and causes too much friction to have our authority questioned. Please keep your submission in compliance with my demands.
All right, well, you had a chance to talk.
Everybody else. I ain't never seen a 49-year-old to move that quick.
I think that if the president is saying, hey, China, we have the Venezuelan oil, or let us, guide you into the smart purchase of purchasing from Venezuela or from the U.S., he is asking them to purchase.
in the nerves, whole chest full of signal. Too much life in me to leave it unnamed. So I gather all the fragments and I build me a flame. Yeah. Unstable with the ink, my senses feeling hypersensitive. Person in the wide world with weary eyes still listening. Burning from the heavy red in it. Like everyone got pressure hitting the edges in the sediment. I'm hungry for patterns in the steady compression. You can pack this whole wide world into a page like a mission. Try to fold all the ache, all the glow, all the weather. All the fake soft love and the real hard lessons together. I read life by texture, by attention, by tone, by the heat in the stand, by the hush in the home, by the smile in the womb, but feel wrong in the bones, by the way I stay crowded even when I'm alone. So I ride like a flare when the night get dense, trying to make my clean shade from a split up sense. I don't do this for style or the style get mean. I do this so the signal don't die unseen. You know I don't wanna have to hold it all inside. If I could just transmute this static into light, would you mind? You know I don't wanna let it rock behind my eyes. If I can turn this overload into a light, would you mind? Don't think I'm selfish, but I'd rather be the one to change myself and make myself up as I go. The more I know, the less I know. And I need help with turning myself into something else. The best way I know is through flow. The more I know, the less I know. So I transmute static into light and let it show. I could just transmute this static into light. Would you mind? Would you mind if I came back brighter every turn? On a never-ending journey, track inside my head with myself for company. While I'm riding down this mountain with the spirits of my homies in my periphery. And when the night arrives, we crack in the fires. In the trance, hustle with the green lady. By the blue flame, tune into the frequency. Trying to hit a part of me, the noise won't let me see. My mind like a lantern swinging in the wind. One hand on the future, one hand on the cliff. Oh, sky look alive when the dark gave in. And the dead weight thoughts start talking like they can. But I know that voice that drum me down music. That stay in one shape and don't move too lucid. Nah, I got too much pose, too much myth in the marrow. Too much black glass, bitch, just the god is narrow. So I breathe with the sparks and I move with the frame. Let the night make a right, let the right make a name. Let the past in it by, but it don't hold the reins. I'm not healed all at once, I'm just learning to change. You know I don't wanna have to hold it all inside. If I could just transmute this static into light, would you mind? You know I don't wanna let it rock behind my eyes. If I can turn this overload into a light, would you mind? Don't think I'm selfish, but I'd rather be the one to change myself and make myself up as I go. The more I know, the less I know. And I need help with turning myself into something else. The best way I know is through flow. The more I know, the less I know. So I transmute static into light and let it show. Maybe I'm not broken. Maybe I'm still in design. Maybe all this pressure just taught the dark to shine. Maybe I'm not lost here. Maybe I'm meant to be right. Maybe all this static was waiting to become light. Hey, I come from the fractured, the foster that mother. From patchwork identity, pulling itself together. From TV, go scriptures and symbols of shelter. From learning the world through the glass and the pressure. So when I say flow, I don't mean just rhythm. I mean building a bridge so I don't go missing. I mean giving the overload, shape and decision. I mean turning raw signal into something living. Prompting the palm, whole future in fragments. Trying to make tools for the ones that got language trapped in them. For the kids with the trained minds in the crack brain. Who know they got gold but can't always get access. I want more than survival, but survival top form. How to sit with the storm till the pulse gets warm. How to wear many masks and still stay core born. Same tall and the static is a different transform. So I slapped with the mic like a gate half open. I finished, I fixed, but the cold still spoken. And every line I spit is me holding the thread between the life I've been giving and the one I invent. Don't think I'm selfish, but I'd rather be the one to change myself and make myself up as I go. The more I know, the less I know. And I need help with turning myself into something else. The best way I know is through flow. The more I know, the less I know. So I transmute static into light and let it show. Don't think I'm selfish, I just know I can't leave this soul on the shelf. I had to build my name.
You said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bill. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a jet. Showing up when you feel small, making promises and giving all, but standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on, say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the word that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise, keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bill. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all. Standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you stroll along. Is loving harder than that last. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flexes, quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best when your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success.
You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest. Every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself. something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. You said know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadow, listening to my friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to love. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Breathing old stories fall like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a pyramid morning, waking, shining through. Every story writes a story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection, I'm fascinated through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation, character or personality. Courage, meditation. Culture or personality.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, goat-hoofed one.
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of honey. I based all on one on naught afloat in the ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee.
Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one,
But I'm not
afloat in the ether.
my God, my God.
O thou great hooded son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be. their thought, and thought is evil. Pun, 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 it is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. With a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am breathing the thoughts and the whole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flag of sea. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. The freest has before its head. Below to bronze they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, unless thou be wed. From the grave to the pole, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste now afraid of those who the one. Oh, killer of lightning, from the lively let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two bronze. They that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my God, that I love thee. But haste thou whispers so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, goat-hoofed one. Oh, horned one. Covered lightning from the lightning fulcrum. From my God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Into my loneliness come, The sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume, Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech, the embracer of pain and pleasure, the sixth interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind, Eopan, Eopan. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to Pan, hail Pan, hail Pan! Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. feel the rip draw out. Breathe out through the mouth long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you zipping time. Hold that beat for. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. If fear comes up, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Hold, breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for four, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4, out, out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let go, shoulders melting down, but heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak for 4, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can hold. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the more inhale, gentle beat, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, know this call is yours on demand. Inhale slow,
between worlds, here and now, unfolding, nothing to chase, only this just holding, breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds. Empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky. Wide and warm. Between worlds, here and now, unfolding, nothing to chase, only this just holding, breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest, every thought just passing through. Break between worlds, here and now, unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this, just holding, breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes, watch the quiet rearrange.
You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Breath between words, here and now, unfolding, nothing to change. Only this, just holding, breath between words, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house coat, humming, grinning, paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you throw, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hand that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate, we're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table, every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like one, two, hey! Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat, humming, grinning, a paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you grow it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. prayers, sesame grace, all my stories and every taste. I got it really good, everything big, oh hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Prophecy, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feel like said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bell. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on. Say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night log to a lesson kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise, keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best, when your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the cold to the stock bell. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. hands, looking straight on. Say, I don't know yet, and still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before we stroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path. I choose which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a breathing. Old stories fall like haze. New
yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to love. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path. I choose which ones I step on slowly. Made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Reading old stories fall like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a mirror made of morning, waking, shining through. Every star rewrites a story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation, perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Culture, personality.
A phoenix hath it for its hand. Below are two prongs.
They scare the wicked.
I will hast thou beware, from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid? Oh, goat-hoofed one, oh, horned one, oh, pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught afloat in ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be their thought. And thought is evil. Patty, oh, Patty's love. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs, they spear the wicked, I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir, my God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Pun, pun, eo, pun, it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God. refracted in the haze of this mind. With a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am braided with fox and the whole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has its for its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey god, unless thou be wed. From the grave to the goal, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid of both wolves one? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lively forest. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou, a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grave to the goal, from the goal to that
Outside of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I would thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold, and the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind, into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, man, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to Pan, are you Pan, are you Pan? Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, core, feel the rhythm draw out. Breathe out through the mouth long, like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. Hold. 2, 3, 4. just bright, steady, simple, guiding back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you zipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. I breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the path, ride the if fear comes up, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for four, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe Count with me. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There go shoulders melting downward. Heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak for full. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can't hold. You are the stone and the stillness inside. Right in your breath, right in your more inhale, gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, we know this calm is yours on demand. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds, now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding between worlds. Empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky. Wide and warm. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds. Empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment inhale slow. Count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Break between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this. Just holding. Breathe between worlds. Empty, clear. Still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear, then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this. Just holding. Breath between worlds. Empty, clear. Still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open grass is new. Eat something you grow, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel. From the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace. All of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at her table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel. From the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace. All of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at her table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah. I got a really good everything bagel. From the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace. All of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like one, two, hey! Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, a paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something you grow it passes. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock belt. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success. Ain't a mansion, ain't a jet. Showing up when you feel small. Making promises and giving all. Standing steady in the middle. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on. Say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a lesson kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight took a lifetime's close. Secret wisdom of success is the word that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, tired eyes, helping friends before you rise, keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the cold to the stock there. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success, ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all. Standing steady in the best. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on. Say I don't know yet, but still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success. The word that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you stroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh.
kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a old stories fall like haze, new courage in the grave. I am not my fears, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every scar rewrites the story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in to grow. Virtue is a garden, I water it now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Breathing, old stories fall like ash. Breathe out, new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a mirror made of morning, waking, shining through. Every story writes a story into something bright and new. I prepare myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation, perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Culture, personality.
Phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs.
They spare the wicked.
I will spare thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wast thou afraid?
O goat-hoofed one,
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught afloat in the ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be their thought. And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, but I'm not. I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. With a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God, thou art a walking over the sea. The phoenix has its for its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou be wed from the grave to the to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste now afraid of both fools one. Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst. Oh my God, thou, a little white rabbit in the purple light. I am greater than the fuss and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grave to the goal, from the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear. But I love thee. But haste thou whisper so ambiguously. Waste thou afraid, oh ghost one, oh heart one, walk thou with lightning from a lightning fulcrum. From my God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not the pen? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence.
hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I would be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense aflame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And perfume of man pervade. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw out. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you zip in time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. If fear comes up, bow to it, friend. Name it softly, breathe again. Till the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for four. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4, hold 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let go, shoulders melting down, but heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak for 4. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let it exhale. Burn what you can't hold. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Feel the ground keep you where you are. Nothing to chase, only this just holding. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase, only this just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest, every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this, just hold it. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes, watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear, then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this, just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm.
between worlds, here and now, unfolding, nothing to change. Only this, just holding breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house coat, humming, grinning, paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you know, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Although tell the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hand that held my cradle, poppy seed prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate, we're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat, humming, grinning, and paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you grow it fast. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers. circle holds so many lives. Take one more bite, ask one more play. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the heads that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grits, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bell. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the middle. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on. Say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a lesson kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eye, helping friends before you rise, keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best, when your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the cold to the stock bell. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, still stay strong. turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before we stroll along is loving harder than less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes, helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flexes, quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best when your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I stand.
love, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing their halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to love. Virtue is a garden, I'll water it now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Reading old stories full like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a mirror made of morning, waking, shining through. Every starry rise a story into something bright and new. I prepare myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation, perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Culture, personality.
Phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs, hast thou beware, from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wayest thou afraid?
O goat-hoofed one,
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on not a loaded ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she auctioned, oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And
thought,
thought is evil.
is alive.
Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee.
Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
The phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God,
my God.
O thou great hooded son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids,
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
she hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon,
So may I be.
their thought,
And thought is evil. Perm, pun, eo, perm, it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee.
Oh my God.
Especially was mine. With a spell of blood quench, thy blood thirst, oh my God, thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hawk. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked out a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has its for its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. Oh, thou little grey God, unless thou beware. From the grave to the dawn, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid of those moves away? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou, a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fuss and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware. From the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear, my God, but I love thee. But haste thou whisper so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, go lift one. Oh, hold one. Walk the earth like from a lightning.
appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I will thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
And you know, his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Lewis. And I said I like Lewis better than I like Flo. You know, you have to have law and order. That's what we have now. And the lowest crime.
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold, and the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flutes, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss. Annihilation. An end to loneliness. As to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, man, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervades. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slowly, sipping time, hold that beat, core, feel the ribs draw out. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Steady, simple, guiding back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip the time. Hold that beat for, feel the ribs roll. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. If fear comes out to it, name it softly, breathe again, fill the fire, I'll pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold that beat for, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you're ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand.
The room secure. Find your seat, feet on the ground, sweat rising like a calm, tall wave. You better scare 100 million illegal. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe
chest bright. Simple guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for full. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can hold. Inhale slow. Count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear,
tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this. Just holding. Breathe between worlds. Empty, clear. Still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to chase. Only this. Just holding. Breathe between worlds. Empty, clear. Still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Breath between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to change. Only this, just holding. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house coat, humming and grinning, paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you know, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything, babe. From the hands held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes, how did us Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat, humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something, you grow it fast. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed bread, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, past the tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed bread, sesame grace, all of our stories and every case. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed bread, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock belt. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in, keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the middle. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on, say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a lesson kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. your chest. Doing daily what you do the best when your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the cold to the stock bell. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, but still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you stroll along. It's loving harder and then less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eyes. Having friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth in you. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flexing. Quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning.
know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every cut becomes a doorway to a better, truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to love. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path. I choose which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Reading old stories fall like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a mirror made of morning, waking, shining through. Every story writes a story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Perfection of personality through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Courage and personality.
A phoenix hath it for its head, I spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware, from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which will beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wayest thou afraid? O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught afloat in the ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever-weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Penny, oh penny is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below her two prongs. They spear the wicked, I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Pun, pun, eo, pun. It kisses. Oh, no. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. The phoenix has its thorn in its head. Belong to wrongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grave to the glory, to that spears beyond the goal of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste now afraid of both fools to one. Oh, heart and oh, pillar of lightning, from the lively the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst. Oh my God, thou, a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fatness and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey guy, unless thou beware. From the grave to the goal, from the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid? Oh, ghost one. Oh, heart of one. What colored lightning from a lightning focal from my God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring.
lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not pale? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my foot. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. I love thee with a vehement appetite of a beast. I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim grove of the wilderness, and I behold her. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the endless annihilation. An end to loneliness. As to all mankind, taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your sleep, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you said with time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes out to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire, I'll pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Jawless, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for 4. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4, hold 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoulders melting down, but heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like it's sipping time. Hold that beat for 4. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. If fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold, hold. Breathe in through the nose, slow like a sipping time. Hold that beat for 4. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the moon like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Oh, one more inhale, gentle deep. One long exhale, feel the ground keep you. When you are ready, open your eyes. When all is calm, is yours on demand. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between words.
empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Drift between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just hold. Drift between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Drift between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Drift between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment inhale slow. Count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this, just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive.
the story. You are not the storm, just the open sky, white and warm. Breath between words, here and now, unfolding, nothing to change. Only this, just holding, breath between words, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house cold, humming, grinning, paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you grow, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hand that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at her table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate, we're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table, every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good. Feeling like one, two, hey! Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubby in a house coat, humming, grinning, a paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you grow it passes. I got a really good everything bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, obviously praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything. books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience, as in the beginning, so at the end. We here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly. Let it be accomplished duly. If any really important or remarkable result should occur, or if great difficulty presents itself, if any way should be at once informed of the circumstances. We have. I just worked with a friend today who espoused that Israel's controlling states, and just when you thought it couldn't get worse, this is reaching a new peak of hysteria. Because do you believe that, by the way, when people say that? Do you believe that? I don't believe it. Okay. Thank you, David. I think you're correct that we have an hysteria of anti-Semitism, and I wrote, I don't even remember, it's on my Substack over the weekend or on Friday, I can't recall. I think it was on Friday. I wrote about this issue, and I said, it's just amazing to me that people who are opposed to what they see are the transgressions from their perspective of the Israeli government attack Jewish people, even to the point of attacking a Temple Israel preschool, as if those 3, 4, and 5-year-old children had anything to do with the decision to bomb Hezbollah in Lebanon. Whether you agree with that decision by the Israelis or not, the Jews of America have nothing to do with the decisions made by the War Council, to which, by the way, Netanyahu is a permanent reform government. So he has to put together a coalition and address the beliefs of many in the coalition, and that helps set the policy in Israel. But at any rate, I opined something that a lot of Jews have thought but have been kind of afraid to say publicly, and I think it should be said publicly. God forbid Muslims start getting attacked this way because of the actions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I heard you say yesterday. Yeah, God forbid. But apparently it's okay to attack Jews, but whether this would be stopped if Donald Trump was not in office and we still had a JCPOA, I don't think so. I think that they would find another reason to hate us, David, frankly, if you look at history. I'm a son of a Holocaust survivor, I understand. Yeah, of course. We should have more discussions about this, though. I'm glad you emotionally gave your position. I'm one who has often thanked people who speak emotionally because they're speaking from the heart. And I think it's important to speak from the heart. We are speaking from the heart. Yep. Thank you, David. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Steve. Folks in the audience with your hands up, I'll get to you. I'm calling people up one at a time. Daryl, followed by Steve. Hey, Gary, can you hear me? Loudly and clearly, Daryl. Better than when the capsule was on the far side of the moon and we couldn't hear from them for 6 minutes. Although I was told that it never happened. But that's another story. Maybe we'll have a room about that someday. So you'll appreciate this. I'm on a flight to Detroit and we're landing in about 20 minutes. But I don't think I was listening because, they have the Wi-Fi on the planes, but I only came up because I am agnostic, but I am a New York, I am
myself, I don't think they actually care. I don't think he cares. Because I think they're running the numbers and they're looking at where Catholics are. And I don't think they believe they would win these states anyway.
If Lou's Deli is still open across the street from the University of Detroit Mercy, which I don't know whether it still is, and it's still run by the same folks that ran it when I lived in Detroit, you should take a walk across the street.
I will do that. I will take a photo for you. I will do that.
Thank you, dear. We'll go to Steve, followed by William, calling folks up to the stage one at a time to avoid trolling. Steve.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the offense was. Could you enlighten me?
The offense? Well, I don't know whether it was an offense or not, but many people found it offensive. Firstly, he attacked the Pope for his public pronouncements, and I'm not going to go over all the things that he said about him. He was weak, and he didn't like his position on crime. He implied that the Pope is supportive of crime, and that the Pope is supportive of Iran getting nuclear weapons, which is a misstatement, clearly.
Okay.
And then today, I don't know if you saw it, but click on the link above to my Substack, you'll see it. It's on display there. There was an illustration that he posted to Truth Social of him in a Christ-like manner tending to an ill or wounded individual, and many Christians immediately viewed that as him claiming to be a Jesus-like deity or claiming to be Jesus, and he claims that it was depicting him as a doctor. It's since been removed, but there are some who have been supporters of the president, and I'm not saying this is nearly a majority, who have even gone so far as to now call him the Antichrist.
Hey, Gary, one more thing too. In the Truth Social post that he had too, he also called out the Pope's brother, that he really liked him for being full MAGA too.
I missed that one. That's interesting. Anyway, Steve, that's basically the genesis of today's discourse.
Okay. Well, my wife just showed me the picture he was talking about. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But I would point this out. I think. Hold on just a second. I don't want to make sure I don't misquote this. In the book of Matthew, there's a famous scripture. It says, "Render unto Caesar's the things that are Caesar's, render unto God the things that are God's." Now, what's that mean? That means that if you are representative of a religion and you start trying to play politics, you're out of your lane. So, in that sense, I think the Pope has stepped outside his lane. His is spiritual matters, not carnal matters. So, I think in that sense, the Pope is a little off base. I've seen the last couple of popes tend to be quasi-activists in kind of a way, and I think they're stepping outside their lane religiously. I think what Trump did with his meme was not good, but I will say this: if my decision is, do I vote for someone that posts a disgusting meme, or do I vote for someone that advocates dismembering a small child, piece by piece, arm, legs, head, inside the womb of his mother? Well, I think the former is a lot more disgusting than the verse. Okay, I'm a little bit confused how this relates to the debate on abortion. It goes to this. If you say, are you offended as a Christian by this act? Let's look at Acts and what the offense would be. I guess you're playing catch up here a little bit, so I'll give you a little space on it. But if
you had the opportunity to read anything, and if you want to see, click on the link above, you'll see the story that I wrote where I quoted a number of people who are traditional public supporters of the president, who are Christians, who are calling this blasphemous. They're very upset by it. And so the question is, maybe somebody would be more offended by some sports abortion. I understand that. But the question is, I think the difference between posting a meme and advocating for the dismemberment of a human while it's alive is a little different scale of discussion. But that's not the discussion. The question today is whether these pronouncements, they're pretty strong, pretty stringent, of discontent by Christian supporters traditionally of the president, whether that translates into lost votes for Republicans during the midterms. That's really it possibly could, but I would articulate this. If you are a Christian and you say you're a Christian, you do not look to a man or you do not look to government for your faith. So if that's the focus and that's how you articulate your faith, then you need to do a broad sweep and decide on a scale what is going to do more or less damage to your walk and your faith when you institute a government. And that would be me. Gotcha. I would just say, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Pope, but I think that from his perspective, it was not a political statement. I know a lot of people view it as political. But I don't. You do, and I do, and I clearly think if you look at the scripture I quoted you, that he clearly stepped out of his lane biblically, and he's going to be the leader of a church. Right. But I think let me just finish my thought before you respond to it, please. I believe that from his perspective, he was quoting what the gospel says ought to be how man interacts with regard to these various situations. He's not the first pope. Well, let me ask you this, please, Steve. I know you're anxious to answer what I haven't said yet. Right. He's far from the first pope to speak out against war. And so I think from his perspective, perhaps it was political. Maybe, as the president suggests, he was elected pope for a political reason, that they were not inspired by the Holy Spirit, and he was elected as the best person to counter whatever Donald Trump is doing. That's what the president says. Maybe that's true, but if you are a believer, I'm not, but if you are a believer, you believe that it was the Holy Spirit that resulted in his ascension to the papacy, and that from that position, he is, let me finish for God's sake, he is from his position as the Pope, he is interpreting the gospel, and he is commenting that he's praying for an end to the war. Period. Well, I mean, I just want to throw that in. I got to get something out real. Last week he talked about eliminating civilization. Eliminating people thought on the stage that there was going to be nuclear weapons, possibly. Hello? Go ahead, Steve. Yeah. Did you hear Howard's point? Aaron broke up on me. I didn't hear what he said. He was saying that the president, this comes at the backdrop of the president calling for the elimination of a civilization. Isn't it proper for the Pope to speak out against such rhetoric from the President of the United States? Well, I guess the Pope didn't take time to read his Bible, because they entered the promised land? Does anyone know? Kill all the candidates. Yeah, Joshua was given a commandment from God because there was a period of time that held that for a while because God said the iniquity of the Canaanites is not yet full. But to say, and you look at the military campaign that Joshua took on as he entered the promised land, to say that God never endorses war. Well, I guess the Pope just forgot about the book of Joshua, didn't he, Gary? Thank you, Steve. We'll go to Scott, who has joined us, followed by William. Yeah, so I think on one level, like, the Pope, when he's making headlines, but these are both world leaders, so they say things that are unnuanced, right? You can't write an encyclical in headlines, but I think what the Pope is saying is that ultimately there's a kind of headstrong ideology that God doesn't endorse, and I think he's absolutely right about that. I mean, God doesn't endorse. Of course, also we've had, we have something in the Jewish and Christian tradition called progressive revelation, right? So when we're talking about God and Joshua and the Canaanites, all that stuff, we're talking about millennia ago. Now we have an entire tradition around things. And so, these are not, you can't just reach back to the Bible and some kind of Neolithic example to say that, now we can, kill them all like God's talking about. That's not our tradition. Has said injustice in war. And part of this is not, part of the basics is, you absolutely cannot do this. Like you can't say, especially from a position of asymmetrical power, you can't say we're just going to wipe them all out. It's fundamentally immoral. So there you go. So in terms of the question, because as you know, Scott, he's getting a lot of pushback from his traditional Christian base. Does this translate into a problem for Republicans during the midterms? And I know the question is speculative, but go ahead and speculate. So I don't think that this will cause a problem for most of the evangelicals. I don't think that's going to be problematic. The people that support him on that end of the spectrum are largely all in and largely uncritical. So no, that's just not going to be a problem. I mean, I think there might be some erosion just on disaffection or something, but no, I don't think this will cost him anything with his right-wing base. What about among the Catholics? Because as you and I discussed last night, he had a majority Catholic vote in this last election. Presuming that the Catholic support for the president erodes as a result of his fight with the Pope, and I don't know whether that will happen, that Pope coming up will show. Does that translate into a problem for the Republican? Well, we know what the midterm will be, right? What the Democrats, my party, will win the midterm. That's just, there's some inevitability to that. It almost never happens. But did you not have a sense of inevitability that Hillary Clinton would get elected? Well, that's a different thing, right? And she did win it. The polls were right on that, right? I mean, the polls were right on by Ben. Hello, everyone. I'll start by answering the question first, and then I'll tell you why. And my answer is that it's too early to tell. The reason I have two friends of mine that are Catholics, one by direct phone call and another one by text message. And both of my friends were that I spoke with about this, communicated with us about this, are religious Catholics. And the friend that called me, he was actually texting me about all the other issues first, and then when this broke, he just called me. And he's, with respect to how he's going to vote in the midterms, I don't believe it's going to make a difference because he was not going to vote for the MAGA Trump supporters of Donald J. Trump. He just wasn't going to do it. But he's in a parish where he sends his daughter to Catholic school, and that's and it's a private Catholic school, and it's a big commitment on his part. And he was worried about the people in his church that he feels he needs to in his church that he needs to have a conversation with them because the verbiage, the declarations that Trump was attacking the Pope were really disturbing to his daughter. And I'm giving you hearsay information because I'm a Jew, I'm not a Catholic, but I'm in a city, Philadelphia, that has a lot of Catholics, and a lot of my friends are Catholic, and we talk. And he really, when I say he can't say it yet, he can't say, and we talked about this, how is this going to change people's minds or not? And he actually said, as a Catholic that I communicated with was by text only, and he was immediately offended and referred to the attack followed by the publication of an image of Trump as Christ as blasphemous, and he was really upset by it. To the point where I texted back to him and said, "Take a deep breath and calm down." So, but he wasn't going to vote for Trump anyway, and he lives over in Japan, and just like the first speaker said, that the can't remember his name, but he was from what I've seen so far, it's not going to change anybody's vote from direct evidence from what I have heard others say. But I really do think it's too early to tell. Based on the fact that people are still having conversations about this, and when you start dealing with attacking a pope and things that spiritually mean something different to me than it means to people that are true believers in the Catholic faith or Christians, I think it's going to take some time for them to work that out and process this. So that's why I think it's just too early to tell. But you make really good points that the numbers are the numbers, and that Trump doesn't deviate much up or down from his base, from his floor numbers of around 40%. So maybe he'll go down a couple points, maybe he'll go up a couple points. Hard to tell, and it'll have to do with this and a lot of other factors. So it's hard to tell if this is going to have a big impact in and of itself. And that's what I got to say. Thanks. Thank you, William. We'll go to Ben, followed by Meryl.
Hi, Gary. Hi, everyone. I think I mainly came up because of what
what David said, and I thought I could just share my thoughts. Mainly speculations on the question of the room. Just to follow what William said, yes, it is hard to tell, but I think what he did in terms of this picture depicting or inferring him as what I call a no doctor in my amateur reading of the art piece, could serve as a signal to alert his Christian base at least to pause and to think whether one issue voting should work or not, whether they would like to follow the one issue voting like David mentioned. And I will clarify what that really means. But first, Gary, maybe 5 minutes ago when you were having a conversation with another speaker regarding whether the Bible had support for war or not, I thought for a moment, I thought that was Pete Hegseth speaking. Certainly, to justify this as a holy war using what that person's interpretation of the Bible would really serve well to the current department, the Secretary of Defense or War. I thought that was really quite interesting revelation or interpretation of the Bible, which I'm not an expert, but that person seems to be really judging or what the Pope's interpretation of the Bible above what the Pope would interpret the Bible. So I thought it was really fascinating to hear that conversation. So speaking of the Pope, I think Donald Trump even said that, Leo should thank me because without me, he would not have been the Pope or something to that effect. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing what the president said, but I believe he mentioned something like that. So this particular president that we have certainly views himself as above a lot of different things, above the Congress, above the courts, above the rule of law, and a bit, no pun intended, above the Pope, or even worse. So going back to what David mentioned, this so-called one-issue voting, I think my way of characterizing that, and I think it's slightly better than just saying one-issue voting, but rather is lack of holistic voting. And this goes back to the old adage that my enemy's enemy is my friend, which I don't think that is the case, in particular in political voting. That means that, yes, if your enemy is being opposed by this political candidate, it does not necessarily mean that you should vote for this candidate. And the reason is actually quite simple. It's not that difficult or sophisticated. It's because this political candidate might stand for something else that you would not support. So this is what I call holistic voting. Is really, really helpful. Another way of simply putting this is that even though that person is standing for particular policy, but if you are, in the case of what David mentioned, if you think this person is bad for the U.S. in general, then you, the generic view, may be better off not voting for this person because that single vote issue that might be preferable to you may be overshadowed by all these other things. And I think a good experiment would be if you take the voters that voted for, let's say Democratic voters that voted for Trump for one reason, a main reason, whatever reason that be, could be his support of Israel. And then if you take that away and then ask them on the other Trump executive orders, policies, would they still support that? There's a very good speculation on my part, obviously, it's not scientific research, that those voters probably would vote not for Trump, but rather for somebody else. So I'm hoping, going back to the midterm election that William mentioned, and also I think Scott mentioned it as well, I think what Trump did, potentially alienating the Christian base, even though they may not change, they may or may not change the fact that Democrats might win the midterm elections, but I think that it still matters because the winning of midterm elections is really not enough, or rather, there could be a not be sufficient to accomplish removing a disabled president or impeach a disabled president, which I think in many voters' sense, Trump is getting very close to, if not over the threshold of being a disabled, quote-unquote, disabled president. So I think what he did is a one step, and I hope that it would bring a pause button, like take 5 in basketball, for those voters that would vote for him nevertheless, to consider under holistic voting whether they'll be supporting in the near future, or not near future, but in midterm elections of his candidates or himself.
I have a quick couple of questions for you, Dan.
Yeah, Marshall.
So, I looked this up just to make sure the generic ballot has Democrats 4 to 6 points ahead, January through February of 2026. So, the generic ballot of the last 3 months for Republicans. My experience with this stuff tells me that the House and Senate members, Senate's a little harder because Senate is easily nationalized, but the House members that nationalize their races will be affected by this. But the House members who are simply Republicans and vote with Trump but make their fight their district will probably do a little bit better. I'm curious if your take of that, noting that what I read you about the generic ballot was just kind of like head-to-head. Democrats are 4 to 5 to 6 points ahead. So,
yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at those numbers, but just based on what you're saying, Marshall, I think the one issue that could come to these voters would be the realization that I've been seeing his performance for the past 4 plus 1 year. Past, I think, term 1 plus this past 1 year. If they could realize that what he has done will actually not help the United States, it could very well hurt the country. Even though what appeared initially, his actions were all in the name of MAGA, making America great again. I think the Iran war is actually, I think, a very current and good example that with the way that the war has been executed since February 28th or 27th until now, I think the Iranian regime, if anything, has been strengthened.
Which is a topic for another day, I'm afraid. I want to keep as focused as possible on the topic this year. Thank you, Ben. To Ben's initial comment about the Bible and interpretation of the Bible and contrast to what Steve said, we have to recognize that there have always been differing interpretations of the Bible. I don't want to get into a theological discussion here, but I think it's important to note that there are literal and figurative interpretations of the Bible. There are different perspectives. There's contextual understanding. There are theological approaches that differ. There are critical approaches. There are historic, as Scott points out, approaches. In my tradition, the Jewish tradition, we have a book, the Talmud, that is all it is contradictions. It's biblical scholars arguing points in the Torah. So it's not written in, see Spot run, see Jane run up the hill kind of language. And there's a lot of interpretation that it's open to. And so I think while it's okay to say that one disagrees with the Pope's interpretation of the gospel, I think it was an unfortunate comment to suggest that the Pope hadn't read the Bible because his interpretation is different. That's really not respectful of the guy in his position, in my opinion, as a non
Catholic. I think we have to have a little bit more tolerance for one another's positions politically and theologically. And I would hope that we keep this in mind as we progress with our discussion today. We'll now go to Meryl, followed by Andrew.
I appreciate what you just said with regard to what Steve said. My point being is, did Steve say that he felt that God had stepped out of his league?
Oh, I think he's talking about the Pope.
I'm sorry, the Pope had stepped out of his league.
Lane. It's Lane. It's Lane.
It's Lane. Okay. I don't think the Pope stepped out of his lane. I certainly think that Donald Trump stepped out of his. Donald Trump, before the Pope ever spoke, Donald Trump told us this was a holy war. This is a war that is him interpreting, and his interpretation of God, what God says to him. And we all know this is not a man who, when he thinks about a major decision, is praying to God. He is not. He is not. He has never, ever, ever showed us anything that tells us in any way that he is a man of God. He is a man of Donald Trump. And he showed that today with that meme. And I'm sorry, the Pope spoke as a religious person, a man who has devoted himself to God. He's not devoted himself to war. He's not devoted himself to politics. And he made that very clear today. He's not a politician. And he also made it very clear that he's not afraid of Donald Trump. And I thought that was interesting because that's exactly what Donald Trump wants. He wants him to be afraid to speak. And as far as whether or not Christians, this is going to make a difference to Christians, probably not the evangelicals. The evangelicals have a different view. A lot of them just care about Trump because of Israel. A lot of them don't view Catholics. Catholics embrace religion the way they do. I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure that this matters and that it's going to make a difference. But I truly do believe that Donald Trump attacking the Pope is a political thing. This is something political, and it is because that is Donald Trump. Donald Trump considers himself unreproachable. You do not criticize Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, if he could get the Department of Justice to investigate this Pope and try to bring charges against him, he would. Thank you.
Just for clarification, you could make the interpretation that he called it a holy war, but the president, I do not believe, has ever used, at least publicly, the exact phrase holy war. He has said that he believes God supports the U.S. military actions in the region. Coming closer to that would be Pete Hegseth, who has framed the conflict as a Christian calling, a holy conflict in the name of Jesus Christ. I think he was more specific, Hegseth, and I apologize for those of you who are offended that I call him Defense Secretary rather than War Secretary. I usually say the head of the Pentagon to avoid that conflict. So you can refer to him as whatever you wish. That's your prerogative.
I would just like to say one more thing, and that's that when you say that God approves of this war, or God supports this war, you invoke God regarding the war. You are, the only time you should ever mention God when you're talking about our military is to say, and God bless. God bless our military. Protect them. And protect them. You do not say that God is approving of this war and invoke God in any other way than what we just said. And
I don't know how a president of the United States would know that God supports this war, unless, of course, he is who he was depicted in that illustration, and then maybe he could claim that he has a direct line to God that supersedes the popes. I may be going a little bit too far in my sarcasm here, but I think you get my point.
I think that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Barry.
Good afternoon, Gary. How are you today?
I'm
because he was from Poland, and that was quite instrumental in bringing down that regime. So I don't know. Maybe popes do have a role internationally. I definitely think so, for sure. And to compare Donald Trump to any character in history, I can name a few. He was the Prince of Peace. I grew up Catholic, and our take on it was that the New Testament for us was a new covenant that God had with the people, quote unquote. And so we go by the New Testament, not stuff found in the Old Testament to any large degree. But again, yeah, you're right, it's all about interpretation, for sure. And I think Donald Trump is not going to lose any followers because I have no faith in the American electorate to see what's in front of their eyes. And unfortunately, they'll continue to do so. I think the only thing that will affect those people is when their sons and daughters have to go to Iran with boots on the ground. I think that's the only thing that would move that needle, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, there is talk of a potential draft. People are, I think they're moving toward automatic registration of men when they reach the age of majority in the selective service. So it could happen by December. Yeah, I don't know whether it will lead to that, but why else would you do this if you were not at least looking at the option? They may not have made a decision to go that way, but I think they're making it easier to reinstitute the draft if they so desire. So I don't think that your commentary is way off base as some people might think. Thank you, Andrew. We'll go to Barry, followed by F. Gray.
Hey, Gary, thanks. How's my mic?
Loud and clear.
Nice to see you back in the friendly confines of Clubhouse. I don't agree with Andrew that he will not lose any support. In fact, he might pick up some support because people like this kind of stuff. They like the trolling. That's what excites his base. And what does it more than these meetings? We're in a meeting culture now. You can see that nobody cares what really happens. Crime is legal. You've had the pleasure of last night meeting someone from the crypto space. I mean, he's a typical crypto person.
That's what I told Scott afterwards, that he was a crypto guy. So, folks, what Barry's referring to is we did a little experiment. It was just an experiment. We're not. Oh boy, zoom there, Barry. We're not. That's okay. We're not abandoning Clubhouse, but I wanted to see what it was like to play around on Twitter Spaces, where the culture is completely different than the culture here on Clubhouse. So we did a little test at 1 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning Eastern time, and another one at midnight, Sunday night, Monday morning Eastern time yesterday. And the thing is full of conspiracy theory, crypto folks. These are the people who used to populate Clubhouse and abandon Clubhouse. And one of them found the room yesterday and resulted in some very interesting discourse. So I just wanted to explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, he was a typical anti-government prepper, too young to be a doom and gloom boomer, but every anti-Semitic conspiracy theory he was into, even the 2 minutes that you heard him talk. You sussed it out right away. You try to put a stop to it really quickly, but that's what you get a lot of vote.
Yeah, I learned that Irish Catholics aren't real Catholics, so that was a learning. Well, that was when he went off the rails completely, because Irish Catholics are really Roman Catholic. I don't know what kind of thought process that is, but it comes comes as a big shock to the many Irish Catholic priests I know. They would be shocked to hear that they're not Roman Catholic. Keep it on long enough, you'll see that the Jews aren't the real Jews, and Semites, you'll hear everything. It's kind of like when the planet where anyone else could see them, only in West Virginia. Same thing with Twitter Spaces over there. You get the craziest. Yeah, I mean, it is a cesspool. It is a cesspool of white supremacy and anti-Semitism. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Carry on. Thank you, Barry. We'll go to F. Green, followed by Les.
Gary, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Loudly and clearly.
Great, wonderful. Well, and I'm driving through the hills of Kentucky. I may lose reception somewhere at some point. But while you can hear me, I really, I think, I know that there are definitely Christians who are offended, or there's Protestants that are offended. There's Catholics that are offended. There's also atheists that are offended. I'm not an atheist, but I can imagine there are atheists that are thinking, why in the hell is the president talking about, making these memes as he's been doing, all this time? You would think that the president of the so-called free world would be more concerned about serious things as opposed to wasting time with silly memes in social media. I mean, really, we don't know. I mean, from last week, remember he said praise be to Allah. So he might actually be a Muslim now. But I really think it doesn't matter because I think a lot of people really don't care. Now, let me say, Gary, I think, and I don't think a lot of the MAGA base, whether they're hot MAGA or warm MAGA, I think there's folk who don't really, I think a lot of people who claim to be Christian don't really quite understand, I guess, the Bible in the way that you would assume that you think. I mean, I teach Sunday lessons, and not to say I'm a theologian. I didn't go to seminary, but I read scripture in order to teach the Sunday lessons. And kind of what I've learned is that people have a lot of difficulty understanding the language of the Bible. It's in it's in the King James language, and you have to have a pretty good reading level to really understand